Of late, 3 for 8 in this series, and Pelfrey misses outside and low for ball 1. B.J. Upton still just 24 years old, just a bundle of talent. And he takes a strike from Pelfrey, 1-1.
Well, one thing that Pelfrey did in Baltimore that Jim Palmer talked to me the next day was he really pounded that sinker in on the right-hander's hands.
Well, his only blemish in that game was a 2-run homer by Nick Markakis. And Palmer told Pelfrey the next day after he gave up a home run on his changeup, he said, "Don't get beat on your third best pitch." Fouled at the plate, 2-2. I guess that's every pitcher's mantra, isn't it?
Sure. And you know, if you're gonna, usually the pitcher's third best pitch is the one that is third best because it's the one they least control. Wortham, the inaugural season patch, and the grip with the seams there, two-seamer.
And he misses low with it, 3-2. And Upton lines one up the middle, a leadoff base hit. So Upton has his 4th hit in this series. And the Rays have the leadoff man on, and this is a Tampa team that steals a lot of bases, 110 steals this year, and Upton has 26 of them. Now Carl Crawford, who leads the majors in steals, but has had trouble getting on base of late. Started by Fernando Nieve.
Good slider right there. Good hard biting slider in on the hands of Crawford. Keep that pitch there all day long. That's going to be murder. The lefty, would be a nice compliment to the sinker away.
Slide step, and he misses inside on the sinker. 1-2.
And you're right about that slide step. Real quick to home plate. And obviously for B.J. Upton on first base, that's the reason.
Upton takes a very interesting lead off first base with a lot of weight on his lead foot.
You would think it'd be the opposite, wouldn't you?
He's almost
digs in that back foot.
Almost like he's pointed towards second base, and you would think it would make it hard to get back that way. The Rays with 110 steals through 70 games. That's the most for any big league team since the 1991 Expo. Grounder to short. You'd have to hurry to get 2. Valdez to Cora and on to first. Not in time to get Crawford. Well, it would be too much to ask for Crawford to ground into double plays 3 straight days. And he beats that relay. That's the first out of the game.
Well, not hit hard enough. Valdez does all he can do to get that ball quickly. Cora, but too much speed.
So now you've got the major league's leading base stealer aboard with 1 out. And Evan Longoria at the plate. Longoria's gone 0 for 6 in this series, and as we noted a couple of weeks ago, he missed some time with a hamstring injury, and since coming back, he has struggled. Pops the first pitch foul. Just 8 for 41 in the 12 games since he sat out a stretch with that hamstring, which is still wrapped very heavily. Well, Madden keeps running him out there, but they're obviously keeping an eye on Longoria and just making sure that that hamstring doesn't become a larger concern. Breaking ball bounced foul, and it's 0-2.
Longoria, very upright, straight up hitter, very relaxed up there. looks like he's not. The last thing on his mind is someone might throw one under his chin. You see a lot of that today because they don't do that. So they can just sit there and be relaxed and dive.
Of course, when somebody does throw one up in it makes it that much harder to get out of the way. Belfry ahead 0-2, and he misses with the slider. Mike's not a strikeout pitcher. He's averaged less than 4 strikeouts per 9 innings. But this is a Tampa Bay lineup with a lot of strikeouts in it, including that guy on deck, Carlos Pena, who's already fanned 89 times.
That's amazing pace.
1-2 to Longoria. There goes Crawford, and it's fouled away. Well, if you think that's a lot, how about Chris Davis of the Texas Rangers, who last night struck out for the 100th time this season?
We're not even at the halfway point.
How many at bats did it take him to strike out 100 times? It took Chris Davis 219 at bats to strike out 100 times.
So that's almost one every other bat.
That's a major league record.
That is incredible. Pelt's got to get that fastball down. Breaking ball misses.
2-2.
He's been getting that fastball up. Sometimes you worry, you know, you slide step home to get that, you know, the less time from the belt to home plate for the stolen base, and you lose a little bit of your control.
Longoria pulls one foul. Well, Mike has not given up a home run to a right-hand hitter this season. He's given up 6 home runs, all to left-hand hitters.
Well, that makes perfect sense because that hard sinker of Mike's just gets under a bat. It's hard to lift, but it's not surprising that he's given up the 6 to the left-handers. The left-handers are always going to be Mike's nemesis. It's the ones that he's going to have to pitch inside to establish and make the sinker work for him. It's a constant battle with those left-hand hitters for him.
Longoria pulls one to the hole and a base hit. And the Rays have 2 men on. Crawford pulling in at second. So Longoria has his first hit of the series, and now Carlos Pena will come up with 2 men on.
Well, nice at bat by Longoria. Hit hard, too hard for Valdez to get there.
Valdez making his first start in 2 weeks as Luis Castillo gets a day off. So here is Pena, who hit a home run to center field off Johan Santana yesterday that provided the difference. Broke a 1-1 tie in the 7th. He hit it at the seats in center field.
Well, more importantly, it was important that Santana had the start that he had yesterday. Everybody goes into slumps.
Pena now with 22 home runs to lead the American League. And Pelfrey works him away.
He's a fastball away, and he just, that ball's on the outside corner, and he just went out and got it. Funny how he uses his hands right there. Takes his little practice half swings.
Lifted to left field. Gary Sheffield looking up through the sunglasses. And puts it away for the second out. It's up 2 away. And that'll bring up Ben Zobrist, the second baseman. Zobrist provided the final run for the Rays yesterday, hitting a home run into Utley's corner in right field. The most inviting home run spot in the ballpark.
Like Pesky's hole?
Exactly. Well, until some Met establishes that corner as his own, it will have to be Utley's corner because he did it 3 times in 3 days. Zobrist leading the American League in slugging percentage at .661. Now has 15 homers and just 186 at bats. And he fouls off the fastball, 0-1.
Oh, the ball's starting to get out of the ballpark now. It was a hanging slider right there. Didn't have much of a break.
Well, Sean Green had not given up a run in 15 straight appearances until that home run by Zobrist in the 9th inning yesterday.
He's been very good, Sean. Valdez shadowing Crawford at second base.
And a broken back grounder. Valdez will handle this one himself to end the inning. So Pelfrey works around a couple of first inning hits, and the Mets come to bat against Jeff Neiman in the bottom of the first with no score. Go. Gary Sheffield, after a day off yesterday, back in the lineup. Ryan Church starting to heat up the last 5 games as his bat starts to get hot. And Brian Schneider back in the lineup after his 3-run homer on Friday.
There's Jeff Newman, his 14th start of the year. Big tall guy, big tall drink of water, we used to say. And 26-year-old rookie. This is his 3rd interleague start. He is tied for the team lead with wins with 6.
Well, he's been in the right place at the right time. Neiman has. He has had the best run support of any pitcher in the major leagues this year. The Rays have scored 8 or more runs in 9 of his 13 starts. Now that's living right. Neiman out of Rice University, when the Rice Owls had 3 pitchers taken in the first 8 selections in the draft in 04. The Mets took Philip Umber out of Rice, and Wade Townsend went to the Orioles, and Neiman went to Tampa Bay. Neiman, the only one of the 3 in the big leagues. Here's Cora to lead off, and Alex takes outside ball 1. Umber's in the minors in the Twins organization, and Townsend is retired. So Neiman, the last one of those Owls standing, which again goes back to the vagaries of the baseball draft. You just never know, especially with pitchers. Daniel Murphy on deck, and then Carlos Beltran.
Sorry about that. You never know in baseball. And you can have the #1 draft pick in the country, and it could not work out.
Cora trying to drop down a bunt, but he pops one up, and Yohan Navarro grabs it for the first down.
Take a look at the Rays defense. They've got a big total of outfield assists there. Upton, Crawford, Gross. Of course, that infield rounds out the 2 corners, Pena and Longoria.
In that outfield, they have so much speed out there with Crawford and Upton in this big outfield at Citi Field. Here's Daniel Murphy, who took it 0 for yesterday. Most of the Mets did. They were limited to just 4 hits, and at one point had 19 in a row retired by James Shields and the Tampa Bay bullpen.
Shields just impressed me with his stuff. That umpire, like the umpire was going to, Jerry Crawford, home plate umpire, was going to call that a strike. But the fact that catcher Navarro boxed it, he stopped his right arm.
Well, did you see the call Jerry made at first base yesterday? The safe, no, really out call.
I missed it.
He just messed up. He just made the wrong call, but then immediately changed it. Big bouncer out to Zobrist at second base, And he throws out Murphy for the second out.
I was, of course, what do you think I did yesterday?
You were weeding.
I weeded. It's a never-ending job.
The world's highest paid weeder.
There's this Russian olives. They're like, if you look at Beltron, of course, with the knee. Russian olives, they grow like weeds. I hate them.
Can you eat them?
No, they're like big. They grow into a tree size, and you have to get them early, or they really get entrenched.
Here's Carlos Beltran taking the strike.
But it was fun.
Glad you enjoyed yourself. No. And the curveball taken high, 1-1. I wonder, you know, you out in the garden and Seaver out in the vineyards.
Yeah.
Maybe you guys should put together some kind of joint venture. Taken low by Beltran, 2-1.
I mean, everything has just grown with all the rain we've had. It's just the trees, my pine trees on the border are just took off. I'm sure you folks could care less, but I've got the microphone tough.
Your border with what, another country?
Rustling in the wind there.
Queen's vegetation. 2-2 from Neiman. And Beltran bounces one right back to the big right-hander. And so Neiman sets the Mets down 1-2-3 in the opening inning. We go to the second. Kids and their dads have made their way to the ballpark on what the weatherman said might be a dicey day, but it's turned into a very adequate afternoon. As we start the second inning, Gabe Gross leads off against Mike Pelfrey. Gross playing right field for the second time in this series. Gabe Kapler played out there yesterday. Gross takes ball one. And first pitches of at-bats have been monumentally important to Mike Pelfrey. They are to every pitcher. Strike one is the most important pitch in baseball. It's been said endlessly. But this year, more for Pelfrey than for any other pitcher in baseball. When he throws a first pitch ball, the opposition hits 378 against Pelfrey. First pitch strike 189, and that's the largest gap for any pitcher in the majors.
I would love to get that broken down more if we with lefty righties. Which one's higher there, the differential?
Hit hard by Gross, and this time after a first pitch ball, Pelfrey gets a hard out one away.
I'd be willing to bet that left-handers who are hitting 300 against Mike, that's probably a greater differential. And I think a lot of it has to do, Gary, with the fact that now Mike is can't surprise attack anybody anymore. He's been around. He basically is a 2-pitch pitcher, 1-speed pitcher. He does have a changeup, but he uses it very sparingly, and he relies on that sinker, slider, and a straight fastball inside once in a while. So he's not like Don Sutton, who had 5 pitches. Great turnover, screwball, changeup, good change speed, had a curveball as well as a slider. He's basically a 2-pitch pitcher with a sprinkling of changeups. So the hitters can kind of get a beat, and it's always going to be a constant. That's the beauty of the game. What goes on between the pitcher and the hitter, and the adjustments both make.
He's behind 2-0 on Jason Bartlett. Now, logic would tell you that a power pitcher, a guy who could dominate and get swings and misses, would be the most effective. A guy who could work his way out of 1-0, 2-0 counts more than a finesse pitcher. And yet, we saw for years with Tom Glavine, a guy who threw fewer strikes than anybody, was behind 2-0 all the time, but was able to find, because of his command, find ways to get people.
And he had the tremendous changeup to go with it.
3-0 to Bartlett is down.
And that was the great equalizer for Tom. And he had an Andy Messersmith type change where he just didn't have 1-speed changeups. He'd take a little off his fastball. He was able to
drive to left, right at Sheffield. So both times behind in the count in this inning. Belfry gets a couple of hard hit balls, both of which turn into outs.
So Glavine's whole key to his success was his ability to keep hitters off balance.
Interestingly, the pitcher in the majors this year who has the lowest percentage of strikes is Tim Wakefield.
Knuckleballer.
Nobody's going to keep you more off balance than he does.
Right. But when you face a knuckleballer, you really have to be patient. And your approach to a knuckleballer is completely different as to any other type of pitcher.
Here's Dioner Navarro, the switch hitting catcher. And he fouls off the first one. Navarro hitting just .218 this year, in part because he swings at just about everything. He's drawn 4 walks this season.
Well, he's had a decent year last year. He had a very surprise year for these guys, coming off catching behind the plate. Good offensive year.
Bounced out to Valdez, and so Belfry makes quick work of the Rays in the second, sets him down 1-2-3. We go to the bottom of the second, no score. Lot adjacent to Citi Field.
How am I supposed to dig in there with the concrete on there? I can't dig in.
Well, they're going to play wheelchair games in the parking lot there.
I heard that. Yes, that's very nice.
Great idea. Well, here is David Wright, and his odd season continues. David, after a raging hot streak over a couple of weeks, has just won for his last 17 Still leads the league in batting at .344. Went 0 for 4 yesterday and struck out to end the game on 2 pitches in the dirt.
Off the left-hander.
It was J.P. Howell who came on to close yesterday.
It has been a very peculiar year for David.
He's now struck out 69 times. The Mets are playing their 67th game. And yet he's leading the league in batting, second in the league in on-base percentage. And yet only 4 home runs. So mysteries. And you know, Jerry Manuel gets asked about this, and David Wright gets asked about this virtually every day, Howard Johnson, and they all kind of shrug their shoulders and say, never seen anything like it. Line the other way, and a base hit for David. Over toward the line goes Gross to play, and he'll hold Wright through a leadoff single. So Wright takes one the other way, and he's got his 86th hit of the year.
Well, you see Pena way off the line, and I agree. You don't see David hit the ball down the right field line too often. Play percentages.
So the Mets get their first base runner of the day, and now Sheffield, who had the day off yesterday, did appear as a pinch hitter. As Jerry Manuel tries to manage his playing time with the soreness behind his knee. Jeremy Reed played left field yesterday. Jerry over the last 8 games hitting .379. Ball 1 from Neiman. Mets lead the league in stolen bases, and teams do a lot of running against Jeff Neiman. He's 6'9", long arms and legs. Has trouble getting the ball to the plate quickly, and so there have been 13 steals against Neiman this year.
David's got his pant legs up high.
Does that make you look faster, you think?
No, I think that's a little overboard myself. You know, I like to show my stripes. In the Mets, of course, we didn't have stripes. I like to show my blue.
Yeah, I like that he's doing it on a day where they're wearing blue socks, blue caps, and pinstripes today, the traditional uniform for the Mets. 2-0 now to Sheffield.
First time out of the stretch for Neiman here. He hasn't thrown a strike yet.
Ryan Church waiting on deck. Well, we were talking about pitchers and percentages of strikes. Neiman has the second lowest strike percentage in the American League behind Wakefield. 51.7% of his pitches are strikes. And that one breaks off the glove of Navarro, and that'll send right over to second. It's ball 3 to Sheffield, but certainly a ball that Navarro should have caught.
This ball is the outside corner. It's in, and it ran in, and he still should have made that play.
So it is the last ball charged to Navarro, and the Mets have a runner in scoring position. 3-0 to Sheffield with nobody out. Gary takes inside ball 4, and the Mets have the first 2 men on in the bottom of the second. First walk for Neiman, who averages about 3.8 walks per 9 innings.
It's too many.
And now Ryan Church, who not only has begun to hit, but he's begun to hit with runners in scoring position, which even before he went on the disabled list this year was a huge problem for him. But of late he has begun to drive in some runs. Has a runner in scoring position here.
And you can see the defense right now with Howard a little bit in the outfield, shaded the opposite field. Don't understand Crawford out there on the other side, left side of second base. And don't know why Pena is in at first. My goodness.
Looks like they're playing for the bunt.
This is the 6th hitter in the lineup. Come on, it's an RBI position in the order. You're not going to bunt early in the game.
You know what it is sometimes when you play American League teams? It's almost as though they've heard that teams bunt in the National League, but they don't really have a handle on when they bunt, because we've seen that before. Corners playing in American League teams in what amounts to a non-bunting situation. And the curveball from Neiman misses, 1-1. Church is 3 for 6 in this series. His average up to 281 on the year. boy, do the Mets need for him to get hot and stay hot.
Boy, he's all over the place all of a sudden. Neiman.
Jeff Neiman made his big league debut last year, made 2 starts for Tampa Bay. Jim Hickey's going to run out to the mound and try and be of some counsel to him.
Tell him to keep his shoulder in. Yeah, he's pointing to his shoulder right there. So
Jonas Schwartz and Joe Beningo take on all the New York sports drama as they go head to head with the Daily News beat writers behind the hottest stories on Daily News Live, presented by Citi, weekdays at 5 p.m. right here on SNY. 2-1 to Church with 2 aboard and nobody out. Ryan Schneider on deck. And Church swings and misses at that fastball 2-2.
a little over aggressive, sitting on a 2-1 fastball. Gets it. Church tends to do that once in a while. More times than not. That's what he is always striving to minimize. That's just starting too quick.
And Church takes just off the plate. 3-2.
Oh, there's the high strike they don't call anymore. That's a strike to me. I'm sorry. It's also a good pitch to hit. Big down the middle.
So now it's 3-2. Nobody out. You got Wright at second, Sheffield at first. They're not running, and Church fouls it back.
So it's the first day of summer here. Summer solstice.
Doesn't exactly feel like a summer day.
The longest day of the year.
You mean extra innings?
It's hard to believe this weather we've had, huh?
Yesterday was the first rain delay in Citi Field history. We missed it. Here's the 3-2, and Church fouls off another one. Sorry that we didn't have a chance to be part of that, an historical event.
What did you do during the rain delay?
At dinner. It was perfect timing, actually. My wife said to me, as soon as the rain delay starts, we'll eat. Perfect timing.
Well, from this point onward, the nights will be getting shorter.
This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat to Church.
I'm sorry, the nights will be getting longer.
No,
the days will get shorter.
The nights will begin early.
Right. And the days will be shorter. It's the longest day of the year than it ebbs. Whatever. And when it's winter solstice, will be.
Well,
I'll be relaxed.
You got to go through the fall equinox. Again, the 3-2, and Church grounds one down to first. Pena with a nice stop, and he'll take it to the bag for the second for the first out as the runners advance. So a productive out for Church, moving right to third and Sheffield to second.
Well, you know, I've always felt get the lead runner, and Pena never had any inclination to throw Sheffield out at second base, and I thought he had a shot to do it. Keep the double play in order. Here we go, right here. He has not one idea to try to turn it. He can get Sheffield. Now base hit scores 2. Double play no longer is in play. It's just safety first defense right there. He is a Gold Glover.
And here is Schneider, who has swung the bat very well since coming back from the disabled list, hitting .321 in his 10 games back. And the ball gets away from Navarro up onto the screen. Wright coming home, the throw not in time. And the Mets take the lead 1-0. Now that's the first one we've seen that goes right to the backstop screen, which is only 45 feet away. It's the closest in baseball, and Wright really had to hustle to make sure he got home.
Nice bare hand by Navarro, but Wright too quick. there's the feet first slide.
So the Mets take the lead. Now the infield has to come in with Sheffield at third and 1 out. So a pass ball and now a wild pitch.
What happened here with Jerry Crawford?
He was involved in that last play.
Did the ball hit him? Let's see. It's hard to tell. Looks like he's fine.
Something happened after that? And Ray Ramirez, the Mets trainer, out to see if he can be of any assistance.
Take another look. Did he hurt his knee or something? Looks like he's looking for support. He looks okay there.
Yeah. Up until that point, didn't see anything untoward happen to Jerry.
Looks like he's in a little distress, huh? There goes.
I wonder if he's not feeling well. One of the other umpires is headed off to get the equipment on because it looks as though Jerry Crawford's not going to be able to continue.
He's going to leave.
Yeah, he's coming out of the game. Well, we're not looking at any particular part of his anatomy, which you can only speculate whether he's just not feeling well or there's something else involved.
Jerry, of course, the son of Shag Crawford, umpired in the National League. Shag was on his way out, was one of the senior umpires back in the days of Ed Sudol was still umpiring when I came up. And Shag.
So Jerry Crawford is forced to leave, and I believe Scott Barry was the umpire who went into the umpire's clubhouse to get the equipment on. Let's look at that last play again.
Seems to be okay right there.
Turn, made the call at the plate, and that was the end of it. So there was no contact.
He looks like he's fine right now. Huh.
So we'll have a delay here while I believe it was Scott Barry who ran in to get the umpiring equipment on. We'll find out for sure in just a moment. It usually takes about 7 to 10 minutes for the umpire to get all that extra equipment on to be able to go back behind the plate, the shin guards, the chest protector, the foot, the special shoes that they wear. Here's your Mets upcoming schedule. Remember, all Met games on SNY are available in HD, presented by IOTV. Rubber game of this series today, 4th straight series that the Mets have had a rubber game. They lost the rubber game to the Phillies, to the Yankees, to the Orioles. And now trying to win a rubber game against Tampa Bay before the Cardinals come in tomorrow for the first of 4 games. And then the Yankees will be in for 3. And then the Mets go to Milwaukee, have a makeup game in Pittsburgh, and then go to Philadelphia for 3. And then they come home and play the Dodgers and the Reds. This very tough stretch of 32 games in which all but 4 are against teams with winning records. So far, the Mets have gone 4-7 during this stretch.
And to their good fortune, the Phillies have just repeated what they've done, what they did last year, and that was just struggle mightily against the American League. And the Phillies, I gotta wonder if it's in the back of their heads that the interleague play is not for them. I mean, they're going to get swept today if they lose today by the Baltimore Orioles.
Well, you know, as poorly as Brad Lidge was doing before he went on the disabled list, they've struggled even more mightily at the end of games now since Lidge has been out, because Ryan Madsen, those first couple of games he did okay, but now he blew a save with 2 out and 2 strikes in the 9th inning last night, gave up a home run to Ryan Roberts that turned that game around, and he's got 2 blown saves this week and a couple of losses.
Well, he started out hot in that new role. He got a save here, I believe, in that series here against the Mets at City, and it's all kind of gone in the opposite direction for him. Lidge is basically, I think, going to do next week and start a rehab assignment. He said he's pain-free.
Hey, Met fans, want to help break a world record? Get a ticket to the July 10th Mets game for the Wise Big City Crunch. Well, the Rays have come off the field as they await the change in home plate umpires.
And then I got to believe that Jeff Neiman, the starting pitcher, is going to have as many pitches as he needs to get loose again. And of course, it'll be one out with a runner on third base, Sheffield, and the Mets already having a run in.
Well, Kevin Burkhardt has the day off. Jonas Schwartz is filling in. Jonas, let's check in with you.
Yeah, basically the issue apparently with the home plate ump is his back. Both Brian Schneider and Dan Worthen have told me that it is his back, and that's why they're making the switch. One of the umps did come over to the dugout, told Howard Johnson should be back on the field in about 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks very much, Jonas. So Jerry Crawford leaving apparently because of back issues. And we wait for Scott Barry to get the umpiring equipment on, so we'll play with 3 umpires the rest of the way. And talking about the Phillies a little bit, you know, it just seems as though a whole bunch of issues have caught up with them at once. Their starting pitching was questionable from the beginning of the season. Then they lost Brett Myers, which forced them to dig a little bit deeper. And Antonio Bastardo had a couple of good starts after he came up, but struggled in his most recent start. Then you've got losing Lidge, and now most recently Raul Ibanez has taken a big bat out of the middle of their lineup. And for as well as they have played on the road this year, the Phillies just can't get out of their own way at home, which is just bizarre.
It's just incredible. I think I heard Tim McCarver say on the Fox broadcast yesterday that no team has made the playoffs that have that kind of a losing record at home. So we'll see how that plays out. There's a lot of season left. But, you know, the Phillies' Achilles heel is their pitching, particularly their starting pitching. In the course of 162, it catches up to you sooner or later.
Well, on Father's Day, a chance to enjoy a snack before the game resumes. Should be ready to go in a minute. We'll take a break and come right back. Let's check out our Aflac trivia question for today. Who are the 5 pitchers to throw a no-hitter in both leagues? Well, that is certainly of note today because it was 45 years ago today at Shea Stadium that one of the 5 pitchers on that list threw a perfect game.
Well, we will blow the whistle on Jim Bunning. He's one of them, obviously. He threw a no-hitter for Detroit.
Right.
I believe in 50, I think it was 58. I'm not sure. I could be wrong. Don't quote me. I know it was in the 50s. Everybody forgets that Jim Bunning was a very, very good pitcher with the Tigers.
Yep. And then He threw that perfect game at Shea Stadium in the 31st game at Shea. Think about that. So early in the history of that ballpark, there was a perfect game thrown, and yet all these many years later, the Mets not only have never had a perfect game, they've never had a no-hitter.
Here we go. We're getting ready to go.
It was June 21st. It was Father's Day. There's Scott Barry with the equipment, but it was Father's Day 1964 when father of 7, Jim Bunning, achieved perfection.
Not only is Bunning after a no-hitter, he's after a perfect ball game. Struck it out! A perfect game! A perfect game for Jim Bunning! Oh, what a happy scene for the Phils and Jim Bunning.
Wow. One of them days.
One of those Father's Day days, huh?
Oh, yes, sir.
Did you see the amount of pitches he threw in that game?
No.
Did you hear on the broadcast? McCarver said 89 pitches, 11 balls. Can you imagine?
I guess he was kind of locked in. Struck out Johnny Stevenson for the last out.
The kid's got to get his hips into a little more. He's swinging up, too. That's an uppercut, son. He got under the ball, too, a little bit.
Well, you can't hit that tee. You got to hit the ball.
Well, you know what's interesting? Like my father used to tell me. He used to tell the Little League kids when we were have our first meeting, Juan would get the group together where I was 8 years old, whatever, doesn't matter. He always say, one of you could be the next Mickey Mantle, Willie Mays. So someone out here today, there might be another Barry Bonds that's just 5 years old, or someone hitting the tee. You never know. They got to come from somewhere.
Do you think the scouts are watching the wiffle ball field just to be sure?
I don't think so. I never believed in T-ball, to be honest with you.
We didn't have T-ball when we were kids. We went straight to kids pitching when we were 6, 7 years old.
Well,
J-Lo and Mark Anthony in the house, waiting out the delay with all the other fans. They seem to be enjoying themselves.
Well, Mark's a huge Met fan.
And he has sung the national anthem here on several occasions.
I don't know if J-Lo's a Yankee or a Met fan, but I know Mark is a huge Met fan. It's a beautiful day to be at the ballpark.
Jeff Neiman throwing in warm-up pitches after this delay. Jerry Crawford leaving the game because of back issues. Scott Barry has gotten the home plate umpire's equipment on, and we should be about set to resume. The Mets have a run home here in the second inning. The run scoring on the last pitch Neiman threw, a wild pitch that not only brought in David Wright but moved Gary Sheffield over to third, and so Brian Schneider at the plate with 1 out and a runner at third base. Schneider you see there with 10 RBIs, and between Schneider and Omir Santos and the departed Ramon Castro, the Met catchers have more RBIs than any team in the majors.
See all the infield in by the Tampa. We've seen that a lot this year.
Early in games. Pulled foul.
Oh, that got skate save. Luis moving like
Luis Alicea.
Luis not moving like he used to.
The official time on the delay, 14 minutes to replace the home plate umpire. And Schneider fouls it off 1-2. Not only do Met catchers have more RBIs than any catching corps in the National League, Met catchers have more RBIs than any other position for the Mets. And that's stunning. Who would have thought that?
I love that word.
More RBIs than first base or third base or center field.
You see where the all-star catcher for the Dodgers hit his first home run yesterday.
Breaking ball hit twice by Schneider.
Can you believe that?
Russell Martin.
Can you believe that? First home run, and here we are on the 20th of June.
And he plays virtually every day. Wilson Valdez, the shortstop and number 8 hitter on deck.
All the power numbers are coming back to earth.
Well, Schneider hit one out of sight here on Friday night back in the bullpen in right center. Fouls off another one. It's about as long a home run as we've ever seen Brian hit. He went on a bit of a home run binge late last season.
Hit 7 in the last, 5 weeks?
That's the one he hit Friday night.
There was a fastball right into his happy area, as I like to call it, down and right down the middle and down. That's where I liked it too.
See this look of shock on Andy Sonnenstein's face. I didn't know he could hit that far. Here's the 1-2, lifted foul, and so he's staying in the at bat after falling behind, wasting away some tough pitches and forcing Neiman's pitch count up. 26-year-old Jeff Neiman from Houston, Texas, where he grew up playing youth basketball and baseball with Emeka Okafor, the great UConn center, now plays in the NBA. Curveball bounced foul. Neiman said he was better at baseball and Okafor was better at basketball. They were both 6'9". He said Emeka agreed to give up baseball and Jeff agreed to give up basketball, and it seems they both made the right decision. Here's the 1-2, breaking ball, looped foul. That's 5 in a row for Schneider since the count got to 1-2.
Well, Neiman doesn't like to throw. As a Texan, I had to see that. He was born in Houston. Doesn't like to throw inside to lefties. He likes to live off that outside corner.
This will be the 9th pitch of the at bat to Schneider, and he popped it up. The shortstop Bartlett taking charge, and that's the second out, forcing Sheffield to hold at third.
Well, whenever you pop up with runner on third base in a sacrifice situation, that gets that kind of reaction. You never like to leave those men. Those are easy. That's what we call an easy RBI. Just get the ball in the air. But you can't do it all the time. I've been there.
Got it in the air, just
not enough, not deep enough.
Wrong trajectory. So here's Wilson Valdez making his first start in exactly 2 weeks. June 7th in Washington, the last time Valdez got a start. This is his 6th starting assignment since the Mets picked him up. And the breaking ball low, 1-0.
You can see the defense in the outfield very shallow in the corners, particularly in right field. We've seen Valdez go the opposite field. They're playing him to the opposite field, as they should, and very shallow in right field. Good scouting report there for the Rays.
Valdez hitting at .238. He's had just 21 at bats. And even misses low, 2-0.
Pelfrey's no slouch with the bat in his hands.
He has certainly looked a lot better this year swinging the bat. Carlos Pena in to provide some encouragement for Neiman, who's thrown 26 pitches in this inning, wrapped around a 14-minute delay. Two 2-0 to Valdez, and it's way inside.
You know, getting back to what I said about, the easy RBI, the runner on third, just getting the ball in the air. Do you make any adjustments? It depends. If you're in a slump, if you're red hot, no. If it's a 5-star pitcher out there, yes, you shorten up.
And Valdez walks on 4 pitches, so Pelfrey will come up with runners at the corners. Second walk of the inning for Neiman.
I just don't agree with that philosophy. You've got Wilson Valdez, who has hardly played since being called up. He's been sitting on the pine, resting away. And it looked like Neiman had no intention of pitching to him and wanted to pitch to Pelfrey. I just hate to see the lineup turn over.
Again, I think that's one of those American League, National League things where you get an American League manager who's really not used to facing a National League lineup with a pitcher ninth, and it's almost as though they think it's a gift that you get to the pitcher anytime you want to, anytime you can, as opposed to finessing a lineup. You know what I'm saying? That
yeah.
They almost feel as though they have an embarrassment of riches here rather than facing a hitter in the 9-hole.
Well, I agree with you, and but all managers have grown up playing the game like the National League. Just the fact that they're managing over there with the DH, they should know better. And this is not a criticism to Joe Madden. My criticism is out on the pitcher, Neiman, who obviously didn't want to pitch to a guy that hasn't played in a couple weeks.
But, you know, Joe Madden was a bench coach with the Angels, so he's been in the American League for a long time. And in the minor leagues, everybody uses the DH. Pelfrey hits it hard, but foul. Too hot for the ball boy to have.
The ball boy wanted no part of that one. That was like Ole.
No, Chad with a sheepish grin on his face.
No, I don't want nothing to do with that. It's like, get it. Oh, that was an Ole. Got to get in front of it.
I think he was trying to. 1-2 now to Pelfrey. And another good cut for Mike, and he fouls it back. 3 hits this year for Mike, including 2 in 1 game, and he's driven in 3 runs this season. Trying to get his career average up to 100. He's 10 for 109 in his career. That's 092.
But he's a threat.
He is.
That's a hard 092. There is such a thing.
He's going to hit a home run one of these days. Lines it into right field and a base hit. That'll bring home Sheffield. Heading for third is Valdez. The throw from Gross, and Valdez is out at third base, but the run counts. Sheffield comes in on the RBI single by Mike Pelfrey, and the Mets take a 2-0 lead. Valdez trying to go first to third, gunned down by Gabe Gross, but Pelfrey drives in his 4th run of the season, and the Mets up by 2. Father's Day, first day of summer. Here's your Dunkin' Donuts Ask the Booth question. Dan from Glens Falls wants to know, Keith, are there any first basemen playing today that remind you of you?
No. Be honest with you.
Well, that's a quick answer.
No,
Can you expand on that?
I mean, there's Nick Johnson, I think, is a very good fielding first baseman, but he's a little mechanical, but he's solid at first base. Todd Helton's of the same mold. They're good at first base, but they're mechanical, and those are the left-handers. You got Pujols, who's really kind of a lumberer over there, but gets everything done. But I don't think there's anybody really outstanding out there. No one's caught my eye that I say, oh my goodness, that guy can play first base.
Adrian Gonzalez.
He's okay, yeah. He's one of the best. There's no question. He hasn't got a whole lot of range. He's smoother. He has a little fluidity to his game out there at first base.
Well, you know, in terms of that fluid thing, Adam LaRoche has that. He just doesn't seem to.
He doesn't cover any ground.
Yeah.
You know, he's not real quick-footed, but he does anything he can get to. He's very good.
Jeff Neiman fouls it off, and it's 2-2. The other thing about that is there seem to be, and I think we can support that statistically. I know Elias has commented on this. There are fewer and fewer left-handed throwing first basemen. It used to be more like 50-50. Now they're about 70% right-handed. Broken back grounder, and Valdez circles in to get it and throws out Neiman one away.
We ran that graphic earlier in the year, I think, Gary, about the disparity between left and right-handers, first basemen, and obviously the greater majority now right-handed.
How about Mark Teixeira? Like him?
You know, I like Mark Teixeira too. Yes, he is a Gold Glover. That's very good, Gary. But you know, not a whole lot of range and not smooth, but gets the job done. I like him at first base.
I think the one thing that you did that I don't see anybody do is the willingness to play as far back and off the line as you did.
Well, that has to, I had to work with my infielders on that, and you know, they had to. We worked on it in spring, where I would run deep. But Hojo was the one who was really nervous about that, because Hojo always had kind of a shotgun arm, a scatter arm, and I never could play when Hojo played third.
As Upton goes down looking at the slider, and that's the second out of the inning. First strikeout for Pelfrey.
When Hojo played third, I had to play a little closer to the bag because Haji got a little nervous. So, but he got better with it. So a lot of the credit goes to my teammates that I was able to play deeper and cover more ground, and they were fine with me as waiting for me to get the bag. It was almost a time thing. But it's things we worked on.
Crawford bounces one out to Valdez, and another quick inning for Pelfrey after sitting on the bench for a long time during that delay. Pelfrey, after driving in a run. We have some great images today of fathers and sons and fathers and daughters populating Citi Field. It is an enduring tradition for dads and kids to come to the ballpark on Father's Day. I remember as a kid it was always about the Father's Day doubleheader.
That dad doesn't look too excited. He does.
Well, he didn't get breakfast in bed like he was expecting. Here's Alex Cora leading off the home third, and Alex takes a strike.
Well, I haven't had a call from my daughters yet. The clock's ticking. Oh, I got one.
You got a text?
I got some text. Well, I'll check in between innings.
Cora fouled out to the catcher trying to bunt his way on his first time up. Alex playing second base today to give Luis Castillo a day off. Cora's been out there day after day after day playing with that bad thumb. And Jerry Manuel knows he has to give Alex a blow every now and again. Daniel Murphy on deck, then Carlos Beltran here in the third, and Cora draws a leadoff walk. So Neiman, after a very long second inning, walks the first man he faces in the third. That's his third walk of the day. And now Daniel Murphy grounded out his first time up. Let's check in with Jonas Schwartz. Jonas?
Well, I know it's Father's Day, but we got some pretty famous guests right down here. Jennifer Lopez, Mark Anthony, pretty good seats right here. Now, you blew something up for me. I thought you were a Yankee fan, not the case you're telling me.
No, Dad has always been a Mets fan, so I was kind of raised a Mets fan, and now my husband's a Mets fan, so if I said I was a Yankee fan, I think I'd be in big trouble.
You have no choice.
How are you liking this game so far?
Unbelievable, man. This is a wonderful day to be out here. We thought the weather was going to be a little, you know, a little rougher, but it ended up being a wonderful, wonderful day, and I'm here with my father-in-law and my team and my city, and we're flying out right after the game. We flew in for this, actually. So this is my how we chose to spend Father's Day, so we're really, really excited.
What are you guys working on next? What's coming up?
I'm filming a movie right now, which is why we have to go back, obviously, to be with the babies, because I miss them, even though we've only been gone 24 hours. And we're just filming a movie right now, romantic comedy. Very excited.
Very nice. When's it supposed to come out?
It'll be out in January.
What do you have coming up next?
I have 3 albums. I'm going back on tour, and a couple big announcements coming up.
Neither of you guys wanted to sing national anthem today?
They didn't ask us.
Well, nobody knew that we were going to be here. We didn't even know we were going to be here, actually. But
Vote for Carlos for the All-Star.
absolutely, Carlos Beltran for the All-Star team.
All right.
That's my man. That's my man.
We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Happy Father's Day. That concludes the Access Hollywood portion of the broadcast. Let's send it upstairs.
Thanks, Jonas. Nicely done. I didn't know Jonas did celebrity interviews. Murphy cracks one to center field. B.J. Upton with plenty of room to run. Going back to the warning track. Runs it down. Murphy hit it 400 feet, but Upton back there to grab it 2 away.
They kind of pulled a little Tito timer there, but he can run. He could have got under this ball. I think he was fooled a little bit. You see him pick up the wall. That's an old St. Louis term, Tito timer. We had Tito Landrum, our fourth outfielder, who was quite a player. And Tito, by the way, is a sports therapist. He has a business on the Upper West Side here in New York.
Well, J-Lo launched the shout out for Carlos Beltran and the All-Star team. Let's see if Carlos can boost his candidacy for Jennifer and his fans.
Dads abound.
Carlos takes low and inside 1-1. By the way, J-Lo said she has a romantic comedy coming out. Mark Anthony has 3 albums coming out. You?
Oh, well, I just have the book coming out.
Well, that's good. You had a big book signing today.
Yeah, we signed in Rotunda, the Jackie Robinson Rotunda, before the game. I got up here like around 20 minutes before the game.
See, it's always important. You always have to talk about your next project.
Shay Goodbye. That's the book. It's out. Triumph Books.
And Beltran walks on 4 pitches. So the second walk of the inning issued by Neiman, who got helped out when Cora was caught trying to steal. 4 walks now for Neiman, and that'll draw him a visit from Jim Hickey, the pitching coach.
Well, what I've seen from Neiman right now, if you're the Mets paying attention in the dugout, he doesn't throw inside, and he's not getting his curveball over. So you can sit on some cheese and hopefully knock it around.
So now David Wright, who singled to right and scored the Mets' first run. David, the National League's leading hitter, despite the fact that that base hit was just his second in his last 18 at-bats. Well, Beltran is aboard, and Carlos is struggling through that knee problem, so you don't expect him to run here. And right takes high for ball one. Again, Carlos is going to have an MRI on that knee tomorrow, and as far as he's concerned, it's more a matter of whether he can play through the pain or whether he can do more damage by continuing to play. Because he says it feels just as bad now as it did a month ago when he first suffered that bone bruise. And that's certainly troublesome. Rank grounds one weekly, and Bartlett flips to Zobrist for the force play. That ends the inning. 3 in the books on Father's Day at Citi Field. Mets and Mike Pelfrey with a 2-0 lead. Up near the mid-90s. Well, just because it's Father's Day doesn't mean that mothers can't pitch in. Hit one for Dad, indeed. Having a great time on Father's Day. That's what he was texting. Part of the batting order for the Rays in the fourth. Evan Longoria had a base hit his first time up and takes a curveball for a strike from Pelfrey. First curveball that Mike's unleashed today. Longoria singled through the hole at short in the first. And he lifts this one to left field deep. Back goes Sheffield toward the track. It's over his head and right to the base of the wall. And Longoria is 2 for 2. So Longoria pulls in with his 22nd double of the year, and the Rays have their third hit off Pelfrey.
Well, Longoria swinging a very good bat. Remember, he was held hitless the first 2 games in this series. And Pelf has yet to figure him out. Short hop the wall there. Sheffield got caught putting maybe a little bit too shallow off the power hitting Longoria.
So after Pelfrey had retired 8 in a row, Longoria with the leadoff double. Now Pena, who flied to left his first time up.
Boy, you'd think with 22 home runs you'd have more than 51 RBI. That's 22 swings of the bat, and you've got 22 RBI, so he's only got a little more over 25 RBI with all the other hits. You got to figure they're not all solo shots.
Well, the 89 strikeouts come into play there. You get in situations where you can produce a run with an out.
Oh, nice curve.
So Pelfrey throwing his second curveball of this inning. And we've seen that with Mike using that curveball second or third time around the order.
See the shift right there, and David right here having to stay close to the line, close to the third base bag. Don't ask me what that was, folks. I did arrow popped up out of nowhere. How did I do that?
I think you have powers of which you're not aware.
If I knew how to do that again, I'd do it, but I have no. And what do? Here's David. Oh, what's going on? I like it.
It's very impressive.
It must be on arrow mode.
It's a vector. Swing and a miss at the slider from Belfry, and it's 2-2.
Well, low ball hitter. This is a hanging slider. Oh boy, right down the pipe, but he got it up, which I wouldn't recommend. But he got away with that one.
Ben Zobrist, the number 5 hitter, waiting on deck. Belfry has struck out 1 this afternoon. He's walked none. 2-2 to Pena. And he just missed inside. 3-2.
Oh, he did not get the call. This is a tough one to lay off, too. Oh, boy, that could have gone either way.
I wonder for a pitcher, when you get a change in home plate umpire in mid-game, whether it has an effect on you. You get a certain strike zone established, and then you get a different guy back there. Swing and a miss. He got him with a changeup. Belfry strikes out Pena. 1 away.
Pena strikes out again. It's the backdoor slider, and does not get the runner over. Pena's up there for one reason. He's up there to get a full cut and try to hurt you deep.
So 1 out. Longoria still at second, and now here's Zobrist, who broke his bat and grounded into a fielder's choice his first time.
He's having a nice year. 42 RBI. We're not even at the halfway point yet.
16 of those RBIs in the last 17 games. And Zobrist takes a strike. And he was a part-time player when the year began. He's only begun playing full-time since they lost their second baseman, Akinori Iwamura, to a season-ending knee injury. Speaking of knee injuries, I felt terrible watching Andy Chavez's season come to an end the other night.
Oh, boy.
Andy was in that horrific collision with Yuniesky Betancourt, the Seattle shortstop, and he went helicoptering through the air. And it's a really bad knee injury. He tore his ACL, he tore his MCL, he tore cartilage. And Andy is not only going to miss the rest of this year, he probably will not be ready for spring training next year. And I'm sure every Met fan sends out their best to Andy Chavez.
It's like a football injury.
Yeah. Yeah, it really was almost like he got tackled, but he didn't have the pads. Off the end of the bat, Pelfrey down to play it. And he throws out Zobrist as Longoria takes third. 2 away.
Watch the catcher here. Yep, you see the verbal command, first base. That happens all the time. Always got that voice. Boom it out there, so there's no miscommunication.
And there's a reason why you don't say first, you say 1. And that is that first and third sound very similar.
You know, yeah, 1, 2, or 3.
Right.
Or home. Home, you got to say home.
Right.
And then there's also run it in or cut. Those are the commands coming from the outfield.
Here's Gabe Gross, and he lifts one foul. Gross at a hard ground ball to Cora his first time up.
Very nice. Look at this, another beautiful crowd here at Citi Field.
I'm sure that most folks brought rain gear today that turns out to be completely unnecessary. This goes to show you never can quite trust that long-range forecast. Not that some of us don't look at it religiously, you know. 1-1 to Gross.
You do.
I know I do.
You are the weatherman of doom.
Well, I'd like to know what to expect, good or bad. Just inside to Gross, and it's 2-1. Gabe Gross, former Toronto Blue Jay, former Milwaukee Brewer. Well, see, now the umbrella that you brought to shield you from the rain can also shield you from the sun.
She's being very considerate, too. She's got that thing real low so it doesn't block the view of the fans behind her.
And Gross fouls one at the plate, 2-2. Mike Pelfrey had that one bad start in Pittsburgh, 3 starts back. But he's kicked it in gear the last 2. And now trying to dial it up a notch after the admonition that he got from David Wright after he came out of the game in Baltimore his last time out. And so far, so good. In there for a call, strike 3. Got him looking at the fastball. Gross is down, and after the leadoff double by Longoria, Pelfrey holds the Rays off the board. Both leagues, we gave you one. Jim Bunning.
Cy Young, Hideki Nomo. More recent, Randy Johnson, of course.
Hideo Nomo threw one of the most incredible no-hitters in history in that he threw it at Coors Field. He threw it after a 2-hour rain delay, and because the conditions were wet, he threw the entire game out of the stretch. Now think about Nomo and how he's known for his tornado windup, and he never used it the entire game, and he pitched a no-hitter at Coors Field.
That's why they play the games.
Randy Johnson threw a perfect game against the Braves for his National League no-hitter. Gary Sheffield leads off in the home 4th inning. Mets with a 2-0 lead. Sheffield walked and scored in the 2nd against Jeff Neiman, who has walked 4 today. Mets have had just 2 hits, one of them by Mike Pelfrey, which drove in a run. Oh, 2 to Sheffield with Church and Schneider to follow in the home 4th inning.
He got away with a hanging curveball right there to Sheffield.
Now on 1-2, Sheffield hits one deep to left center field, but chasing over is Upton in the gap, and he can't get it. Got there, but couldn't quite reach it. Sheffield to second, and he'll take a turn and hold on there. It looked like Upton had the range. He just didn't catch the ball.
he got in his little bit of his timing mode, though. He just couldn't get to it.
He was trying to pull a Kevin Mitchell.
He had the wrong angle on this ball.
See, Sheffield thought that ball was going to be caught.
He took the wrong angle. He's running this way, and all of a sudden the ball's back here.
But I think that's part of what you were talking about before, Keith. He was cruising on that ball, trying to time it, and he didn't time it well.
And that's another pet peeve of mine, to go along with 2 hands on a pop-up and a fly ball.
Well, Lenny Dykstra used to do that, didn't he?
No, Lenny wasn't that way. Lenny could kind of hot dog it a little bit and make the diving catch, yes. But Lenny was always very, very sure-handed.
Church grounded out to first base his first trip. He pops this one up. So he fails to advance the runner. And the shortstop Bartlett squeezes it for the first out. So after the leadoff double, Church leads Sheffield at second. Now 1 out for Brian Schneider. Schneider popped up to short his first time up. He was at the plate when a wild pitch brought home the first man run, and after that play was over, the home plate umpire Jerry Crawford had to leave because of back problems, and we had a 14-minute delay before Scott Barry took over behind the plate. And Schneider takes the curveball down 1-0.
And there's another curveball in the dirt. He just cannot get his curveball over. Just love pitchers that are 2-pitch pitchers, and they haven't got their secondary pitch any command of it. Can eliminate it. And they.
Schneider rips one deep down the right field line. Foul. As a consequence of, as you look at the flags and the way the wind is blowing in that direction toward right field, with only 3 umpires, you get a close play down the line like that, the home plate umpire is going to have to make the call because there's no umpire stationed at first base.
Absolutely. You know, another thing, getting back to a pitcher like Neiman today, who's got a curveball, you know, a little drop. His curveball breaks down a lot. If he's throwing it in the dirt like he has the whole game, then he tries to throw it for it, lifts his sights to throw it for a strike. Well, that's when they can get it up and you can really put a hurt on him.
And Schneider watches wide, 3-1. Wilson Valdez, the number 8 hitter, waits on deck. Now on 3-1, Schneider bounces one to the right side. And Zobrist makes the play for the second out as Sheffield moves over to third. So you've got the same situation that you did in the second inning, a runner at third with 2 out. The last time the Rays basically pitched around Wilson Valdez to get to the pitcher, and Pelfrey spoiled that strategy by singling on a run. Let's see how they approach Valdez this time.
That's a big second run that Pelfrey drove in, giving the Mets that extra run, a little bit of breathing room. Not much, just a lot of game left.
A lot of pitches for Neiman with the 4 walks.
Yeah, not very good. 37-35 ball walks.
And he throws ball 1 to Valdez.
He's almost at 500 now. 37 strikes, 36 walks.
Well, that's about his season's average. We mentioned he throws 51.7% strikes, which is not very many. And he's behind Valdez again, 2-0, and it looks like he's employing the same strategy he did the last time.
Not very aggressive, is he? Not very aggressive.
Well, Joe Madden's not happy, and Jim Hickey will get on the phone and they'll get somebody up in the bullpen.
These are the kind of pitchers you just don't. You're on getaway day, going to the next city. You don't want these guys pitching getaway day. They go home and play Phils, don't they? Yep, I think so.
Mets will be Tampa Bay fans over the next few days. Mets are staying home to play a 4-game series with the Cardinals starting tomorrow night.
Wouldn't it be something if the Phillies go on a tear on the road like they have all year long?
3-0, and Valdez takes a strike. First one he's seen today. Cardinals, by the way, have moved into first place in the National League Central.
That's been kind of seesaw.
They're a half game up on the Brewers. Chris Carpenter winning last night. Carpenter has been just a gem since coming back.
Cubs are hanging around.
Well, the Cubs have had those 3 straight dramatic victories. Came from 7 runs down on Friday and then one in the 13th inning yesterday.
Cincinnati's right in the hunt at 3 games back in that division. It's not very. I mean, it's probably the most balanced division, but not the strongest.
Valdez, a soft ground ball to short. And Bartlett throws him out, so the Mets fail to cash in on the leadoff double by Sheffield. 4 in the books now. It's It is Father's Day, and today one of the big events of the season on the GaryKeithandRon.com calendar. Pitch in for a good cause, sponsoring a Father's Day event out of the Modell's Clubhouse. And this is a very special event, probably the most important one we've had, because it's Father's Day, and GaryKeithandRon.com has brought in a number of children who, for one reason or another, are without a father, and brought in dads for a day to show them a good time at the ballpark. And we're very happy to be helping out in that way.
Yeah, I must congratulate your wife, Lynn, who's really the workhorse behind that. And that's a lot of hours she puts in. It's never easy. All the planning, things that have to be done. So kudos to Lynn Cohn.
And there are more events on the calendar this year. If you want to get involved, want to help out the charities, want to buy a T-shirt, please go to GaryKeithandRon.com and become part of the good cause. And I also want to thank Rob Cascarino, by the way, of Original Cascarinos of College Point, supplied all the pizza for the kids today. Very nice gesture.
New Yorkers have good hearts.
Jason Bartlett leading off in the 5th inning. Bartlett lined out to left field his first time. Deoner Navarro and Jeff Neiman to follow in the top of the 5th. Foul back, 2-2.
Look at those kids.
Bouncing ball slowly past Pelfrey. Tough play for Cora with the bare hand. Can't get him. And Bartlett beats it out for an infield hit. Once you get it past the pitcher, makes it a very difficult play.
That's like a swinging bunt. Cora does all that he can do. He bare hands it cleanly, but that's called smelling that hit. Nice scoop by Murphy, who, by the way, has been doing a very adequate job at first base for someone learning on the job.
Well, if you're going to hit 370, which is what Bartlett has done this year, you got to get your share of infield hits. Bartlett, with that hit, now has a 16-game hitting streak.
One a day keeps the doctor away.
Here's Dioner Navarro, the catcher and number 8 hitter, tying run at the plate in a 2-0 game. Navarro grounded out to short his first time up. By the way, we talked about Ryan Howard earlier and the fact that he had come out of his hospital bed to hit a pinch hit home run for the Phillies yesterday. Well, Howard is back in the hospital and is missing the Phillies game with Baltimore today.
I bet you he's dehydrated. But 104 fever for a grown person, an adult, that is serious.
Well, Howard began the day with the longest consecutive games played streak in the majors, 343 games. Ironically enough, Greg Dobbs is playing first base today. He's homered for the only run of that game.
Dobbs got off to a slow start this year. He's there.
Hit hard, base hit for Navarro, and the Rays have 2 men on. So the 7 and 8 hitters, Bartlett and Navarro, with base hits. And now the tying runs are aboard with nobody out.
Well, let's see if Jeff Neiman can put a bunt down. Remember,
they're going to pinch hit.
They're going to pinch hit. All right.
Willie Ibar is going to bat for Neiman, so he's done after 4 innings. Wow. We'll see what they ask Ibar to do here.
I guess your manager got tired of seeing the stuff out there to pull you out in the 4th inning.
And Dan Warthen's going to come out perhaps with a scouting report. Remember, it was the 5th inning in his last start in Baltimore where Pelfrey began to scuffle a little bit. In that inning, he retired the first 2, but then walked the number 7 hitter, Reimold, gave up a base hit to the 8 hitter Wieters, walked the number 9 hitter Andino. Got out of that inning, then gave up the 2-run homer in the next inning, but he would like to stem this right here.
Pitch count on Pelfrey?
Well, we talked earlier in the game about Pelfrey and the first pitch that he throws and how important it is to him, and it's pretty much gone in that direction again today.
Well, I feel like a broken record, but Tom Sievert's favorite word, what's the most important pitch? Strike 1.
So now Ibar, who takes low and inside, ball 1. Ibar's had 1 at bat in this series, grounded out on Friday night. Bartlett at second, Navarro at first, and nobody out.
Ibar 1 for 7 with an RBI as a pinch hitter.
So a rough afternoon for Neiman with his day ending after 4 innings. And Ibar goes the other way, and he's got a base hit. Bartlett will have to stop at third, and the Rays have the bases loaded and nobody out. So after throwing ball 1, Pelfrey gives him a base hit.
Well, he's trying to get the sinker away, and that's how you approach a sinker ball pitcher. You don't try to pull if you're a left-hand hitter. Right-hand sinker ball. And you can see hitting the ball right up at the plate. And that's how you hit a ball down and away.
So the Rays have it all set up. Bases loaded, nobody out. Top of the batting order coming up. B.J. Upton 1 for 2 on the day. Singled back in the first, took a called third strike in the third. The Rays now with 6 hits off Pelfrey. Mets have the infield back at double play depth. They'll give up a run to try and get 2 outs. And Upton takes the slider off the plate for ball 1.
And Mike is starting. There's the defense right there, straight up in the outfield. And of course, you got to play back here and concede the run. Try to turn 2. Pelfrey's not getting his breaking ball over now, Gary. His slider's not even close, so he's got to go throw a fastball. There's another slider, and you see there's the adjustment that the pitcher makes. I talked about earlier, Pelfrey's more of a slider pitcher, more flat with his breaking ball. Well, if he's missing outside bad, he might adjust his sights more to the inside corner, and therefore he could leave it over the middle like he did right there. So That's what's working right here, and got away with a hanger.
1-1 to Upton. Swing and a miss at the fastball. 1-2.
Yes, sir. You just got beat by a fastball.
The Rays are the highest scoring team in the American League. They're averaging just under 5.6 runs per game. And one of the reasons why is they have been great at putting together huge innings. They've had 17 innings this year of 5 or more runs. There's the 1-2. Lifted to right along the line, slicing away from Church. It lands a fair ball going into the corner. That'll bring home Bartlett and Navarro to tie the game. Ibar goes to third, a 2-run double for B.J. Upton. And the Rays have gotten even at 2-2. Upton drives in his 21st and 22nd runs of the year.
A little surprised they threw a fastball here. Wanted it away, and it had a 1-2 count ahead, and you try to throw a fastball away. You got it over the middle, outer half, and up. And when Pelfrey's up, he loses the sink.
So 4 straight hits off Pelfrey to start this 5th inning. 2 are home, 2 are in scoring position, still nobody out.
And once again, Gary, 5th, 6th inning, Pelfrey always seems to hit a wall.
Crawford 0 for 2, and he takes ball 1.
And there's the, oh boy, that's a huge miss right there. It's got up and too much plate.
Your IO pitch differential.
Mets conceding except at the corners, the run.
Slashed foul, and it's 1-1 to Crawford. Crawford 0 for 10 in this series. Well, we talked about ball 1, strike 1 for Pelfrey. He's thrown ball 1 to all 5 batters in this inning. The first 4 all got base hits. Two and 1 to Crawford.
You talk about the corners playing in. You see Murph's kind of in nowhere's land here. Where David's, he's in and out to throw the runner out. You get a left-hand hitter up, base hit's going to score 2. Either you come in or you play back.
Crawford fouls back another one.
Crawford's just having all kinds of problems at the plate. He's in a slump right now, and he looks it. That's the big guy up in the on-deck circle. I'll be very curious to see if Pelfrey can get a strikeout here at open base, what they do with Longoria. You want to pitch to Carlos Pena?
Dive into Pena, that would be rough. Especially with the trouble Pelfrey has against left-hand hitters. Ken Takahashi, Brian Stokes up in the bullpen. Crawford lines one into left field, a base hit. That brings home Ibar with the go-ahead run. Upton trying to score as well. Sheffield airmails the throw to the backstop, and down to second base goes Crawford. 4-2 Tampa Bay, and I don't know what Sheffield was thinking as Crawford easily takes second base on that throw to the backstop.
Well, there's 2 mistakes here. There's a hang-in slider up again, flat. Taking Pelfrey the other way. Now, Sheff had no chance to throw anybody out, but where's Pelfrey? Overshoots the cutoff man. Where's Pelfrey? He's not backing up. Been lucky that ball didn't carry him around there. They run around up at third. He's got to back up. So good hitting by Crawford here.
Well, Pelfrey's given up 5 straight hits to start this inning. There's your IO pitch differential.
You can see they probably wanted that pitch in. They missed over the outer half of the plate. So Mike all of a sudden is getting his pitches up. That's the thing that I see.
Well, he's thrown ball 1 to each of the 5 hitters he's faced this inning. They've all gotten base hits. There's ball 1 to Longoria, who's 2 for 2 on the day. Longoria has singled to left and doubled to left center. 4 runs are home, still nobody out. Jeff Neiman has no chance to be a winner, but now he will not lose either. There goes the runner. The pitch inside. Throw to third by Schneider. Out! Perfect throw by Schneider to gun down Crawford for the first out of the inning. And he had to be perfect.
I just disagree with this attempt to steal the base. And he's out. You got your 3 and 4 hitters coming up. You're in scoring position. That is a rockhead play.
Well, the second time in 2 days that Crawford has been caught stealing. He had been 37 of 40 before last night. There's a strike to Longoria, 2-1, but Johan Santana picked him off yesterday and he was thrown out. That was a caught stealing, and now caught on a perfect throw by Schneider trying to steal third.
You got a pitcher on the ropes, Gary. You're one of the best hitters in the league. He's given up, hasn't got anybody out. 5 straight base hits and not cheap. And you just run yourself out of an inning. It's just incredibly stupid. That's a harsh word. Incredibly ill-advised. And a manager should not have to put in strike 3 on a good breaking ball there to Longoria. See, now Pelfrey no longer has to pitch from the stretch. You can loosen up when you had him on the ropes.
Good curveball by Pelfrey for his 4th strikeout.
I don't want to belabor the point, but you're, as a manager, you don't have to think that, okay, do I have to tell my third base coach to put the hold sign on, or my player should know not to steal.
When you're talking about a veteran player, you're not talking about a rookie. Yeah, Crawford. So 2 out and nobody on. Now Pena, who's flied out and struck out. And he drops down a bunt with the overshift on. Pelfrey throws it down the line, backed up by Cora. Now they'll see whether Pena took a turn. They put a tag on him, and he did not. Cora in the right place to back that play up to make sure Pena didn't go to second.
Well, a nice bunt by Pena, but you want Pena bunting with 22 home runs? Look at Cora. Very nice. You want your cleanup hitter leading the world in home runs. Did you see Schneider there? Can we run that again when we get a chance? I think he got in the way of Pelfrey there.
Well, he was calling for it all the way. Here's Zobrist, and he takes a curveball for ball 1.
Look at Schneider have to clear here. He wants it. He's calling him off, and he has to get out of Pelf's way.
It's an error charge to Pelfrey. You know, if Payne is leading off the inning and you got the overshift on like that, not a bad play, but 2 out and nobody on. I agree with you. You got to go up there looking to rake one.
That wasn't a base hit and an error, or just an error?
No, just an error. Good throw would have had him.
That's it. Made 2 errors in this inning.
Zobrist is 0 for 2. Pena no threat to run. 2-1 now to Zobrist.
Well, this could be the difference in the game. That if the Mets come back and win this game, the Rays can look back at the attempted steal of third by Crawford when they had Pelfrey on the ropes. And they're 3 and 4 hitters up.
Off the plate, and it's 3-1 to Zobrist, the 8th man up in the inning. Pelfrey, who had been pitching shutout ball for the first 4, again finds trouble in the 5th. He's already thrown 29 pitches in this inning. Now behind 3-1 on Zobrist. Line center field, but right to Beltran. Side retired. But 5 straight hits for the Rays produce 4 runs. B.J. Upton drives in the first 2 by Father's Day at Citi Field, the first ever. And it has turned into a very nice day. Not for Jeff Neiman, who had to leave after 4 innings for a pinch hitter. That worked out for the Rays. Now they'll go to their bullpen and bring in Lance Cormier.
Well, Lance Cormier threw in the first game of this series. He had a clean 7th inning. Actually, didn't have a clean 7th inning. He didn't give up a run. He gave up a base hit in the 8th and left the game, and that run wound up scoring. And here's Nick Evans.
Nick Evans' first major league plate appearance of the season as he bats for Mike Pelfrey. Evans just called up on Friday from Binghamton when the Mets sent Fernando Martinez down to Buffalo. Nick got off to a horrible start this year after being the last cut at the end of spring training. He was hitting under 100 in AAA, got sent back to extended spring training, and then finally to AA. And just in the last few weeks, Nick has begun to hit again. In fact, since June the 4th, he was hitting .377. So, Mets needing a body, brought up Evans, and for Evans' first big league game last year, he had 3 doubles against Colorado. Now getting his first plate appearance of this year. Nick had 109 at bats with the Mets last year, hit .257. Alex Cora on deck, and then Daniel Murphy. And Evans takes low 1 and 2. And Nick has admitted to having, you know, a difficult time coping with being sent back to the minors. He's worked with a sports psychologist, said it did him a world of good.
Well, he was disappointed. He had a great spring, but you know, you can't let it. The only way to get back to the big leagues is to hit.
And he did have a terrific spring training. Showed a lot of power. Not only
he did everything to make the ball club,
yeah,
and didn't.
Well, the original plan was to at least have him on the roster the first week of the season before the Mets needed a 5th starter. But that changed when the Mets acquired Gary Sheffield at the last moment, and Nick got pushed out.
Here we go again from 0-2 to 3-2. Cormier loves his breaking ball.
Struck him out with a fastball, and he gets Evans for the first out.
It's a slider hanging too.
Big slider.
Hanging right there. Sometimes you swing and miss those hangers.
Well, Jeff Neiman went 4 innings, allowed 2 runs, 3 hits, walked 4, didn't strike out a batter, threw a wild pitch, left for the pinch hitter. Now here's Cora, who's fouled out trying to bunt and walked. And he takes a strike from Cormier. So the Mets will be going to the bullpen in the 6th inning. Brian Stokes getting ready. So a disappointment for Mike Pelfrey, who had himself a 2-0 lead through 4. But trouble came quickly and in a big bunch in the 5th inning. 5 straight hits, producing 4 runs. 2-1 now to Cora.
So rare to see a pitcher throw every pitch a breaking ball.
Cora lifts one to right field. And Gabe Gross is there waiting for it. 2 away. Well, if you're traveling and you can't watch your Mets on SNY, you can always catch the game on your computer with MLB.tv, the ultimate baseball experience featuring 100 out-of-market games per week live on your computer. And catch those you missed on demand. For more details, visit Mets.com, where baseball is always on. Here's Daniel Murphy, who's 0 for 2 today. Murphy is grounded out and fly deep to center. Mets have had 2 runs on 3 hits. Last night they averaged just 1 run and 4 hits, and Murphy pulls one over the bag and down the line that'll roll all the way toward the corner, and Murphy heads for second in standing with a 2-out double. 7th double of the year for Murphy, and the Mets have their 4th into the game.
Oh, what is the pitch? Of course, it's another breaking ball. Nicely done by Murph, getting the bat head through.
So now Carlos Beltran, who's hit a comebacker and walked today, 0 for 1. In Philadelphia, the Orioles have tied up the Phillies 1-1. That game goes to the bottom of the 6th.
Once again, the Phillies struggling to score runs. If their team does not hit, if the Phillies don't hit, they're not going to win very many ball games.
So now Beltran against Cormier. Beltran on a base hit against Cormier the first game of the series. Lines one to right, but right at Gross. Can't hit it much harder, but Beltran retired to end the inning. A double and one left. 5 in the books now at Citi Field on Fox. The SNY studios in Rockefeller Center West, where right now Chris Carlin is furiously getting his game break ready.
How about Bobby O? I hear he's really off the charts.
What do you mean?
Dell been coming early, Delling, and really getting into it. Bob, take it easy, would you? Spend some time with the family.
He's saying he's making us look bad? Is that what you're trying to imply? Brian Stokes on to pitch for the first time since Wednesday in Baltimore. And Gabe Gross takes ball one. Gross is 0 for 2. He's grounded out and taken a call third strike. Mike Pelfrey's outing lasted 5 innings today. 4 runs, 8 hits, no walks, 4 strikeouts. And now Stokes, who pitched an inning and a third scoreless his last time out. Good off-speed pitch to Gross, and it's 1-1.
Pitching against his former mates. That's who the Mets snatched Brian from. Tampa Bay. He had that horrible year with Tampa out of the bullpen, and a lot of it was, Gary, you mentioned he had never pitched out of the pen before, and it was a big adjustment for him. He's certainly done a fine job here in New York.
I think underutilized is the best description of Stokes in that Mets bullpen. Parnell and Feliciano have been used so much. Feliciano, in fact, leads the league in appearances, and Parnell is in the top 5. I'd love to see a little more of the burden go to Stokes to try and keep arms from falling off. Popped up on the infield, and Wilson Valdez retreating onto the outfield grass. And that retires Gross, 1 away. He dropped the ball, but he dropped it on the exchange, so the out is recorded. Let's check in with the studio. Chris Carlin has that game break ready. Your New York State Smokers Quit Line game break. All right, thanks, Chris. That game now goes to the 7th inning, still tied 1-1. Here's Jason Bartlett, who's 1 for 2. Met fans got a little anxious here when they saw this, but a Valdez was ruled to have caught it and was merely dropping it on the exchange.
And he used 2 hands.
Tom Hallion, the third base umpire, made that call. Remember, we're playing with 3 umpires now, with Jerry Crawford having exited. Here's Tom. Phil Cuzzy umpiring at first, so they have a little extra work to do. Good fastball by Stokes at 96. 2-1 to Bartlett.
You talked about Stokes kind of being the lost guy. Now, Jerry went to Stokes a lot last year. Stokes was the guy that came in with men on base and did such a terrific job down the stretch.
And he used Stokes a lot early this season as well, but over the last month and a half, the appearances have been very well spaced. 2-2 now to Bartlett. In fact, at one point, I think Brian got in 5 games in a row back in April. Now it's been Feliciano who's been used virtually every day. In fact, he's been in each of the last 5 games. 2-2. Line down the left field line. Foul.
Brian's trying to throw a changeup, learning to throw a changeup, and it's a work in progress. It's a good one. He doesn't give it away. Just that, like I said, all pitchers' third pitches are usually the ones they least command. But when he gets it over, and he's pretty much a hard curveball, hard fastball pitcher. It gives him a nice off-speed pitch.
Fastball foul back.
We know one thing. Sorry, Gary, I mean step, but you can see by the radar gun, we know that Stokes throws hard.
In tight to Bartlett, 3-2. Bartlett's infield single in the 5th inning got it all started for Tampa Bay. The first of 5 straight hits off Pelfrey. It also extended Bartlett's hitting streak to 16 games. 3-2. Cracked into center field, a base hit. So Bartlett has his second hit of the day. A 1-out single in the 6th. Hit number 9 for the Rays. And it'll bring up the catcher, Dioner Navarro. Navarro singled to right and scored a run in the big 5th inning. So now Stokes up against the switch hitting Navarro. Rays right now the defending American League East and American League champions, sitting 4th in that division, just 2 games over 500. The Red Sox leading their game this afternoon over the Braves 4-2 in the 7th.
A little more sense of urgency for the Tampa Bay Rays. They're in a very tough division.
Double play grounder. Cora to Valdez and on to first. 4-6-3 double play. So Stokes gets his former battery mate Navarro to ground into the inning ending double Begins tomorrow night at 7:10 p.m. Visit Mets.com or call 718-507-TIXX for your printed home tickets now. Some clouds gathering up above the stadium.
Clouds calling,
but no rain on the radar. Imagine that, a day in New York with no rain in June. Lance Cormier starts his second inning of relief. David Wright will lead things off. Mets down 4-2. It's got a leadoff double from Sheffield in the fourth, couldn't score. A two-out double from Murphy in the fifth, couldn't score. And now it'll be Wright, Sheffield, and Church in the sixth against Cormier, who begins his second inning.
Cormier should be a good matchup for David because he loves his breaking ball.
Cormier is a guy that Joe Maddon's been able to use multiple innings this season. And Wright drives one to right center field. Gross chasing back toward the gap. He won't get there. It's off the fence. And David cruises into second base with a first pitch double. His 21st double of the year. I guess you were right. It was a good matchup.
It was a good matchup. It's because he's a breaking ball pitcher. David's having problems with the fastball in. And that's not a great breaking ball. Right heads perfectly, hitting a ball right where it's pitched, driving right through it. It's also paying attention in the dugout.
So now Sheffield, who's walked and doubled beyond the reach of Upton in left center. Gary has scored a run today.
It's another good matchup.
Tying run at the plate in the 4-2 game, and Sheffield takes a strike. Mets used to have a guy who threw nothing but sliders. Turk Wendell.
Yes.
He'd come out day after day and throw slider after slider.
He had a better one than this, though. A much better slider than this guy.
There's a curveball for a strike, and it's 0-2.
And stayed in the inside corner. Wants it away. Look at the Lavarro set up away, and where did he miss? The inside corner. If you're going to miss, that's where to miss.
So that's got Cormier ahead 0-2. And Sheffield bounces one to short. Wright advancing as Bartlett throws out Sheffield for the first down.
Nice base running by David. And the key to this is that he read it beautifully. Ball hit to the left of the shortstop a little bit, you can run. Ball hit to the right of the shortstop, you got to hold. And that wasn't hit that far left. If David had hesitated, the shortstop might have had a play, but it was good reaction on David's part.
So now the Mets could manufacture a run here without another hit. Infield back for Church, who's 0 for 2 on the day. Had a productive out in the second and a non-productive out in the fourth. Second inning, he had first and second, nobody out. Grounded one to first base to advance 2 runners, and they both wound up scoring. In the fourth, he had Sheffield at second and nobody out, and he popped up to short. So let's see what he can do with this one. Ooh, 2-0 now to Church. Brian Schneider waiting on deck. And it's 3-0 to Church. Cormier getting upset with himself, taking a little stroll around the mound as Joe Maddon studies his lineup card. You got the 7 and 8 hitters coming up behind Church. .30. And he takes ball 4. So now the Mets have the tying runs on base. That's the 5th walk by Rays pitching today. Does Madden make the move to the lefty here against Schneider? Looks like he's going to.
We'll see if Jerry makes a counter move off his right-handed bench.
He's got Santos, who started yesterday, had an RBI double. Let's see what Madden does first as he makes his way out to the mound. And he'll make the pitching change and bring in the lefty. This pitching change brought to you by Lincoln Mercury. Mets with the tying runs aboard in the 6th. We'll be right back. Except he's bringing in a right-hander. Well, they do not bring in the left-hander, surprisingly enough. They bring in the former Florida Marlin Joe Nelson to pitch to Schneider.
I was wondering where Joe Nelson went, and he was with the Marlins last year, and he pitched the Mets tough.
Bill Webb keeps showing us clouds. He's trying to convince us it's going to rain.
Nelson right now is on last 8 appearances. He's faced 30 batters, and only 3 have reached base. A double, a walk, and an error. He's been spotless.
Wright is at third. Church the tying run at first with 1 out. Mets down 4-2 in the 6th. Nelson, the master of the Vulcan changeup, pitching to Schneider. And a fastball in for a strike. Schneider's popped up to short and grounded out to second, 0 for 2. I asked the Marlins people why they didn't keep Nelson, and they basically said it was for financial reasons.
Well, there's the Spock Vulcan mind probe hold.
Ripped deep right field, back toward the corner, and it's out of here. Brian Schneider with his second 3-run homer of this series, and he gives the Mets a 5-4 lead. Whacking one off the Pepsi porch. Schneider's second of the year, and it's 5-4 New York.
Well, if they can get this out of Brian, and he's had just an injury-plagued tenure here with New York, he gets another fastball. Boy, he turns on that one.
Well, Schneider had gone without a home run until Friday night. He had a 3-run homer off Andy Sonnenstein on Friday, and now a 3-run homer off Joe Nelson on Sunday.
What I tell you look back in this game, and the Carl Crawford right there with that attempted stolen base at third took the Rays right out of a big inning. Well, it could have been a bigger inning.
2-0 now to Wilson Valdez. Well, Met catchers now have 48 runs batted in, more than any catching core in the National League, and more than any other position on this ball club. Who would have thought that when the year began? Valdez pops one up into center field. Upton started back, now has to come in, and he finds it for the second out.
Oh, go ahead here.
Here's your IO pitch differential.
Well, he just missed up. Even if he'd have got it down, that would have been lunch. Nicely done.
Two of the runs of the inning charged to Lance Cormier. Nelson now on the hook. Brian Stokes now pitcher of record on the long side, and Fernando Tatis will bat for Stokes. With 2 out and nobody on, Tatis pops one up foul. Pena coming over for a look, but it's in the crowd. 0-1 to Tatis, who pinch hit yesterday in the 9th inning and flied out. A rough go for Fernando. Just 3 for 14 as a pinch hitter this year. The wind is really blowing from left across toward right. There's a strike. 0-2. Well, David Wright got the inning started on the first pitch from Cormier, doubled off the fence and right. Church drew a 1-out walk, and then Schneider with the home run as Bobby Parnell, who has been struggling lately, gets ready to pitch in the 7th. Off the end of the bat. That one curls, could go back fair, but it didn't. That one had some side spin on it, and Pena tracked it, but it didn't curl enough. Saw that Game 1 of the World Series in 2000. Jay Payton hit a ground ball like that came back fair, never ran, and it was an out. In there for a call, strike 3. So Nelson gets Tatis looking. The inning is over, but the Mets regain the lead on Brian Schneider's second 3-run homer of the week. Bobby Parnell needs a good outing. His last 5 outings, 2 2/3 innings, 6 runs, 7 hits.
You can see the batting average reflecting that too. The bottom bar there, 321 total. Left-handers particularly pesky against Parnell, who started out so strongly, and he's going to face the big former Philly and Met killer Pat the Bat Burrell.
Parnell faced Burrell yesterday, the first man he faced when he came on in relief after the rain delay, and he walked Burrell. Then he gave up a base hit to B.J. Upton, and that's pretty much the way it's gone for Parnell lately. A lot of first batter walks, a lot of hard hits. Now pitching the 7th with a 1-run lead, and he misses with ball 1 to Burrell. Burrell relegated to pinch hitting during these National League games. He is strictly a DH these days, although he did start 1 game on this road trip for the Rays in Colorado in right field, the first right field start of his career. B.J. Upton on deck, and then Carl Crawford in the 7th. The Mets 5 runs, 6 hits. The Rays 4 runs and 9 hits. But Brian Schneider with the biggest hit, a 3-run homer. Now the 1-2 to Burrell. Fastball fouled off. 97 from Parnell. What's your read on why Parnell has struggled like this, Keith?
I just think that his location hasn't been as snappy as it was in the beginning of the year, and hasn't got really a great slider. So he really has to rely on his fastball. But you know, you're in the big leagues. I mean, that's 98. That's up there. That's the best. That's the hardest I've seen him throw in a while. You know, he was that one game he topped out at 100. Remember, Gary?
In Boston, yeah. Slider misses, and Burrell lays off at 3-2.
So I just think his secondary pitch, you know, he's a 1-speed pitcher. And you know, he gets around the league. The hitters now know they've seen him. The word gets out, so they get an idea, and everybody has to make adjustments. Hitters as well as pitchers, and you just can't come up unless you're a Nolan Ryan and expect to throw fastballs by major league hitters. And everybody forgets Nolan Ryan had a great curveball. He wasn't a one-pitch pitcher.
Again, the 3-2 to Burrell. Hit up the middle, a base hit. So Parnell gets greeted again with a leadoff base runner. And you know, you're talking about a very young pitcher, a rookie. I mean, Parnell came up last September and had a few outings for the Mets, but if he continues to struggle like this, you wonder whether he might be better off going down to AAA and getting some innings in. The problem is the Mets right now don't have a whole lot of depth in their bullpen.
What are they going to do?
Once you get past K-Rod and Feliciano and Green, and that's why we were talking about Stokes before, and maybe at this point Jerry needs to give Stokes a little more prominent role.
Stokes, I believe, has done everything right. Stokes got rocked in that series in Boston, but he hadn't pitched.
He had pitched in 2 weeks.
Yeah, it was just like he was the forgotten man, the invisible man. Claude Raines.
So here's Upton with the tying run at first, the slow-footed Burrell. Upton a good day, and he takes a slider for a strike. Upton singled to center to lead off the game, and then in the 5th, double to drive in the first 2 Tampa Bay runs. Get the double into the right field corner against Mike Pelfrey. 2 sliders in a row, and it's 1-1 to Upton.
You see the difference in the drop off there, 96 to 87 on the slider. That's a considerable difference. So you can tell it's going to be a breaking ball. My perception of it. And maybe Parnell might be better off with maybe developing a little cutter that he can throw 95, 94. But you know, we're kind of jumping the gun here. He's going through a little tough bump. No one's ever mastered this game.
Hit in the air to deep left field. Back goes Sheffield, looking up near the wall, and it's out of here into the second deck. A 2-run homer from B.J. Upton, his 5th of the year, and the Rays go back in front 6-5. Well, that's the longest we've seen anybody hit one to left field here at Citi Field, as Upton parks one on the second deck. He's got a 4 RBI day, and the Rays have the lead right back. And Parnell struggles again.
Well, we talked about major league hitters can hit the fastball, and this is a good fastball, but see, it has too much plate. And you just can't miss over the middle of the plate. And Bobby knows. And hey, this game can be cruel.
Well, he didn't retire a batter yesterday, gave up a run on 2 hits. He has not retired a batter here. He's given up 2 runs and 2 hits. It's only the 2nd home run that Parnell has allowed. But it was well struck by Upton, who had driven in only 20 runs all year, but he's got 4 RBIs today. 2-1 now to Crawford, who singled to drive in a pair his last time up. Ken Takahashi next man up in the Mets bullpen. Grounded toward the hole. A base hit for Crawford. 3 straight hits off Parnell to start this 7th inning. And Crawford has his 2nd hit of the game.
I'll tell you what, Tampa Bay doing a good job. The left-hand hitters going the opposite field. See too much plate again. Too much outer half. That's where he's falling into trouble. And that's going to get a call from Dan Worth.
So that means Parnell's going to get at least 1 more batter with Evan Longoria coming up. You look at the last 4+ innings for Parnell, and the numbers are just dreadful. 8 runs and 11 hits over that span after Bobby was pretty much unhittable for the first 6 weeks or so of the season.
Well, we're going to take a look at the home run here. There's where he wants to pitch. Look, oh my goodness. You can see. Meant to be on the outside corner, and it misses.
His Rayo pitch differential.
And he got it up.
So Upton taking full advantage as the Rays seesaw back out in front. Now Longoria, who's 2 for 3 on the day, a single and a double, struck out his last time up against Pelfrey. And Parnell must be conscious of Crawford at first base. Crawford thrown out trying to steal 3rd and the 5th, but he's got 37 steals to lead the major leagues. And it's taken ball 1 from Longoria.
Baltimore took the lead, Gare, in the 8th.
Mets are getting helped out on a regular basis by the Phillies continuing to stumble, but they've got to help themselves. Mets have dropped 3 straight series. They dropped 2 out of 3 to the Phillies, 2 out of 3 at Yankee Stadium, and 2 out of 3 in Baltimore. And this is the rubber game of this series before the Cardinals come in for 4 starting tomorrow. Up and away to Longoria, 2-0. And the American League's leading home run hitter, Carlos Pena, waiting on deck.
Whose home run in this series was off Santana, a left-hander.
Longoria fouls it off, 2-1. Well, we've been talking for a long time about this stretch of games before the All-Star break. The Mets have gone just 4-7 during this stretch. And they'll be playing almost all teams with winning records heading into the All-Star break, with the exception of that 1 makeup game against the Pirates. Now the 2-1 slider misses away, and now it's 3-1 to Longoria. Dangerous pitch here for Parnell. He surprised Longoria with a 3-1 slider.
Well, and not a strike. Well, Longoria looking middle in, trying to launch, and
Three and 2 now. Crawford runs. Longoria bounces one over the bag, and that is a fair ball going down the line, hitting the tarp. Crawford to third. He's being waved home, and he'll score easily. It's a double for Longoria, and it is 7-5. Tampa Bay. 4 straight hits, 3 runs in against Parnell.
Hung in there on this slider where he pulled off the pitch prior. He stayed back, and there's a slider up. And fortunate for the Mets that it hit the tarp, but with the speed of Crawford running, they can fly, these guys.
So a dreadful inning for Bobby Parnell leaves the Mets 2 runs behind as they make the pitching change. We'll be right back. Well, he'll try and pick up the pieces after Bobby Parnell had another wasted day.
There's the big number right there against lefties. Struggling.
Well, Jerry's running out of options right now.
Well, he's short.
I mean, once you get past K-Rod, Green, and Feliciano, he's basically flipping a coin now. Carlos Pena steps in. Pena 0 for 3 today, and he takes a breaking ball in the dirt, and Schneider knocks it down.
Nice block by Brian, who's got a 3-run homer in this Wago. Boy, nice glove save.
And a beauty.
How would Howie call that?
It wouldn't be a Matteau. Still nobody out in this inning. 4 straight hits for the Rays, and he takes high and inside 2-0. In the 5th inning, the Rays started with 5 straight hits against Pelfrey and scored 4 in that inning. Now they started with 4 straight hits here in the 7th and put 3 on the board, and still nobody out. These have not been easy times for young Bobby Parnell.
Oh,
inside, and Pena's hit by the pitch. So now 2 men aboard for the Rays as Takahashi plunks the first man to face him.
Well, maybe he just wants to get the lefty out of the way, and I'll take my chances against the right-handers, but he's going to have Zobrist hitting for a swip from the right side, and that's just no chance to get out of the way of that.
I guess the best news for the Mets bullpen is that there is help on the way, in that John Maine and Oliver Perez are both going to be throwing in games in Florida tomorrow and could be back as early as next week, either to reclaim a spot in the rotation or help out in the bullpen as Zobrist fouls one back. In fact, Jerry Manuel was addressing that today, and he certainly held out the possibility that either Maine or Perez or both will wind up in the bullpen.
So then that would put Nieve in the bullpen and bolster that bullpen.
Well, or keep Nieve in the rotation and put the returning guys in the pen.
If you bring them both back, I mean, you can't bring Perez out of the bullpen, can you?
Well, I don't know. Certainly Tim Redding, who's in the rotation right now, will pitch tomorrow night, is a guy who the Mets could use in long relief. Nieve, you're right. If you put him in the pen, you could use him late in the game.
He can throw strikes. He comes in. He's been impressive. Nieve.
On the outside corner to Zobrist, 1-2. And, you know, the idea of putting John Maine in the bullpen is something they dabbled with last year when John was hurting. They thought maybe he could come back off the disabled list late and help them out for an inning or so. It's all very intriguing, but right now the Mets just appear to be a little shy in an area that appeared to be a huge strength just a month ago.
And what makes it so glaring is that they're facing a very good offensive team here that is showing the weakness. Jerry's had to go to the pen, the lack of depth.
2-2 now to Zobrist. The funny thing is, you know, JJ Putz had not been pitching that well before he finally went on the disabled list and had the elbow surgery, but the trickle down effect appears to have hurt the Mets in that Parnell adopted that 8th inning role from Putz, and since then Parnell has really struggled.
Well, you can say the same thing for 3-2 now. It's really getting dicey for Takahashi. See if they get the runners moving here. The same thing with Philadelphia with Madsen. He started out hot when Lidge went down. Now he's starting to cough it up.
Now the 3-2, the runners hold, swing, and a miss struck him out. So Takahashi fans Zobrist for the first out of the inning.
Zobrist goes for ball 4 here. Looking away at ball 4. He was trying to go that way and got a little over anxious. Had the right idea.
So now 1 away, runners still at first and second. And we'll get Gabe Kapler to bat for Gabe Gross. They give them a right-hand batter against Takahashi. I guess Joe Madden haven't looked at the lefty-righty splits on Takahashi.
Well, defensively, who's the better outfielder here? Do you know?
I think Gross is a little better outfielder. So Kapler will bat for Gross with 2 aboard and 1 out. Rays already have 13 hits in this game. Up and away, throw to first, and diving back in just safely is Pena. Murphy sneaking in behind, and Schneider with the snap throw almost got him.
Well, nice throw. He is safe. Good call.
Phil Cuzzy with the call down at first.
Two big innings for the Rays, 4 in the 5th and 3 in the 7th.
Gotten awfully dark in the ballpark, hasn't it?
But you have the radar screen up, and all that stuff's pushed east. We're clear.
It's still dark. They should turn the lights on. There are a couple of lights. Two and 0 the count to Kapler. Off the corner, and it's 3-0. Takahashi digs the hole a little deeper with the 370 plus batting Jason Bartlett waiting on deck. Longoria at second, Pena at first. Neither runs particularly well, especially Longoria now with the hamstring issue. Here's the 3-0, and there's strike 3-1. Mike Pelfrey went the first 5 innings, allowed 4 runs and 8 hits. Brian Stokes worked the 6. Stokes allowed no runs, 1 hit. Bobby Parnell didn't retire a batter, charged with 3 runs and 4 hits so far. And Takahashi trying to clean up the mess. Kapler fouls it away, 3-2. Meanwhile, Joe Nelson, who gave up the 3-run homer to Brian Schneider, is now pitcher of record on the long side. Just to show once again that wins and losses for relief pitchers mean absolutely nothing.
Exactly. And you can have those holds too.
Now wait a second.
Even though it's just for men, I understand.
Wait a second. Here's the 3-2. Foul back. Every day on the scoreboard here, I see you endorsing the hold for just for men.
Starting to rain again, Gary.
changing the subject.
I think it's a wonderful advertising tool.
This will be the 7th pitch of the at-bat to Kapler. And he drives one to left field, chasing Sheffield back. Gary reaching, can't get to it. It hits off the base of the wall. Longoria scores. Pena pulls in at third. It's an RBI double for Kapler as a pinch hitter. And it's 8-5 Tampa Bay. A pair of 4-run innings for the Rays as Kapler delivers as a pinch hitter.
This ball short hops the wall, and it's the second ball that got over Gary's head. And he wasn't with the fact that he was playing deep there, and he's not running well with that bad leg, and so that's a liability out there in left field.
And all of a sudden, this game is getting away from the Mets. 8-5, 2 in scoring position, 1 out, and it's starting to rain a lot harder. Mets will intentionally walk Bartlett now and pitch instead to Navarro with the bases loaded. And Takahashi almost threw a strike. You not only have the wind falling, but you got the rain falling, but you got the wind blowing. So it's not very comfortable out there right now. So Bartlett already has 2 hits today, getting the intentional pass.
Outside of a double play, Gare, the Rays will bat around the order unless they hit into a double play.
This, believe it or not, is the first walk given up by Met pitching today, but they've given up 14 hits and a hit batsman. And you see that lately that bullpen has become a real liability after leading the league for most of the first 2 months of the season.
Well, they're going to play back for double play in at the corners.
Well, Navarro bounced into a double play his last time up, facing Brian Stokes in the 6th. Now he's the 9th man up in this inning. 1 for 3 on the day. Bases loaded, 1 out. 4 runs already home in the 7th for the Rays. And Navarro swings and misses, nothing in 1. Boy, he just swings at everything.
He just not controlled.
Who does it remind you of? Used to catch for the Marlins. Miguel Oliva.
Yes. Remember that year, Oliva, first ball, fastball hitting, our first pitch hitting, what his average was?
Oliva now in Kansas City. It's funny when guys go to Kansas City, it's almost like they fall off the planet.
It's a big ballpark.
But you never see their games, right?
No, you're just kind of. That was like, Clemente back in that 70, was it 71 or 70 series?
71.
It was his chance to showcase.
Here's the 1-1. Fouled away, 1-2.
This is a real, steady. Would you call this a drizzle or a light rain?
It's coming down pretty hard right now. I would call it a moderate rain.
Of course you would.
If it falls hard enough, Bob Murphy would call it a gully washer. Let's like that one.
I wonder who takes the crew chief.
I think Tom Hallion would be the acting crew chief.
He's second in command?
Yeah. He has more seniority than Phil Cuzzy and Scott Barry's rookie on.
It's coming down pretty good now. They're just trying to get through this inning.
Hallion's looking over at the grounds crew, but not making a move. Here's the 1-2 to Navarro. And that's low 2-2. And the wind is not. The rain is not only falling hard, but the wind is blowing it all around.
The wind's turned around now. The wind is blowing hard and blowing in from right field.
Yep. I think that storm has spun, coming back in the other direction. Now Takahashi's 2-2. Breaking ball popped foul, backing out of play. Well, you know why it's raining now?
Tell me.
Because I mentioned earlier in the broadcast that you and I missed the historic first ever rain delay at Citi Field.
So you shot the clown.
That's it.
That's a fine.
It's not the first time.
That's more than saying Shay. That's more than saying Shay. That fine. It's $20.
I've been accused of worse, Navarro swings and misses at the changeup, and Takahashi has the second out of the inning. His second strikeout.
So Pat the Bat, who pinch hit to lead this inning off, guess what? He gets another chance. How about that? That's a good little screwball right there. Navarro just struggling.
Well, in his official resume, this will not count as a pinch hit at bat for Burrow. He got the single up the middle to start the inning against Parnell, and you can see how hard the rain is falling now, and they're going to stop it. So we're going to have a rain delay. They'll put the tarp on the field at 3:55 on the scoreboard clock. And we will have our second rain delay in as many days here at Citi Field. It comes at the point where the Rays have scored 4 runs in the top of the 7th to take an 8-5 lead, which means, of course, that if the game, for whatever reason, could not be resumed, it would be a suspended game. Anytime the visiting team takes the lead in the top of an inning and the inning isn't completed and you can't finish, it would be a suspended game. So we watch as the grounds crew does its work, getting that tarp onto the field in as rapid a motion as they can. Awfully difficult today because of the wind, which is already blowing up under the tarp. But these guys are good, keeping that tarp as low as they can to keep the wind out from under it.
I'll give Bobby Ojeda in the studio a little more time to prepare for the post game.
You are
he should be brilliant.
You are on Bobby's case today.
My wife thinks that Bobby is fantastic. She liked Lee very much last
Welcome back to Citi Field after a rain delay of about a half an hour. Ready to go. Ken Takahashi facing Pat Burrell with the bases loaded. 8-5 Tampa Bay, and the first pitch out of the rain delay is in for a strike.
Well, they batted around in this inning, and Burrell started the whole inning off with a base hit. This 4-run seventh.
Pena, Kapler, and Bartlett are the base runners. The sun is now shining as Takahashi gets set for the 0-1 to Burrell. And he fouls it away, and Takahashi ahead 0-2. When this inning began, the Mets had a 5-4 lead, but Bobby Parnell gave up a single to Burrell, a 2-run homer to B.J. Upton, a single to Carl Crawford, and an RBI double to Evan Longoria. Takahashi came on, hit Pena with a pitch, and with one out, Gabe Kapler doubled in a run. And that has made it 8-5 Tampa Bay. Bases loaded, 2 out, and the 0-2 to Burrell. Hit to center field. Beltran coming on, sliding, and makes a brilliant catch. Sliding on the wet outfield grass and playing on the bad knee, Beltran saves at least 2 runs with a beautiful catch to end the inning. Beltran showing off the goal. Keeps the Mets in the game. 8-5 Tampa Bay. Randy Choate comes out of the bullpen for Tampa Bay as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. The Rays now with an 8-5 lead. Gabe Kapler stays in the game in right field. He pinch hit for Gabe Gross during that 4-run inning. The Mets had a 2-0 lead. The Rays got 4 in the 5th off Mike Pelfrey. The Mets regained the lead in the 6th on Brian Schneider's 3-run homer. But a 4-run 7th has put Tampa Bay back in front 8-5.
And there you look at Randy Choate. You can see by his delivery, a little side armor. 11 games. The left-handers have not gotten a hit off him yet. 9 innings pitched. Good work so far.
Former Yankee, former Diamondback, resurrecting his career. Just recently called up to the Rays. He'll be the 4th pitcher of the afternoon. Jeff Neiman, the starter, went only 4 innings, allowed 2 runs, 3 hits, then left for a pinch hitter with his team down 2-0 in the 5th. Lance Cormier pitched an inning in the 3rd, gave up 2 runs, 2 hits. Joe Nelson gave up the 3-run homer to Schneider, but Nelson, after working 2/3 of an inning, is pitcher of record on the long side. So now the Mets are at the top of the batting order in the home 7th inning, with Alex Cora, Daniel Murphy, and Carlos Beltran due. And if not for that Beltran catch, the Mets would be in a more dire situation than they're in now. Cora is 0 for 2 and a walk. Fouled out to the catcher trying to bunt, walked and flied out to right. And he takes low and inside, ball 1. The Mets continue to get help out of town. The Phillies lost again, their 6th consecutive loss. They managed just 4 hits and were beaten by the Orioles today 2-1. As Jeremy Guthrie went 7 innings, allowed 3 hits for the win, and Cole Hamels, despite striking out 10, took the loss.
And another note on the Phillies is that Ryan Howard again in the hospital. You know, yesterday the pinch hit 2-run home run, and he was forced back in the hotel, probably, I would think, dehydration.
Today back in the hospital, and that breaks Howard's streak of having played in 343 straight games, which had been the longest active streak. Also, the Red Sox got a walk-off home run from Nick Green in the bottom of the ninth to beat the Braves 6-5. Cora dribbles one up the first baseline, foul. 2-2. The hottest team in the National League East. Well, that would be your Washington Nationals. Began the day with a 4-game winning streak after Willie Harris's walk-off home run against Toronto last night. However, it is 9-3 Toronto in the 9th inning this afternoon.
I had a hunch when they got back home, they go back to their losing ways. You know, when you're a losing team, you don't draw well at home, and you go into Yankee Stadium and you go to the ballparks, play the better teams with full houses. You look forward to those games. It's a long year for those Nationals.
Or a late swing foul. However, at 20-46, probably 20-47 after today, they are not on a pace to break the Mets' record of 120 losses.
We'll see.
Cora battling Choate, and he fouls that one away. Tough pitch in on his hands. Again, the 2-2. Dribbled up the first base line, and that'll kick foul. And Cora isn't getting much of it, but he keeps getting enough to stay in the at-bat.
He's just kind of hanging in there by a fingernail.
Now, this is what you get from Cora, though. You get all these long at-bats.
Well, Choate throws that kind of sidearm and has that rush delivery. It's not an easy mark for left-handers, which shows what he's retired 13 of 14 left-handed batters, and the one batter that got on base was via the walk.
This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat, and Cora takes just off the plate, 3-2. Cora trying to coax something out of Randy Choate, who's now 33 years old. First pitch in the big leagues with the Yankees back in 2000. Spent all of last year in the minors. Slapped toward the hole. Deep in the hole goes Bartlett. Slips on the wet grass. And Cora has an infield hit. What a turn it back for Alex Cora. And Bartlett slipping down on the wet grass.
He just had a bad plant. It wasn't even the plant, it was prior. He skidded with that right foot. Right there he slipped.
Bartlett appears to be okay. Remember, he's just coming back from an ankle injury. Came back a week ago today after spending 3 weeks on the disabled list. So now Murphy, who is 1 for 3. Daniel doubled down the right field line his last time up. Prior at bat, he hit one to the warning track in center field that Upton ran down, so he's had a couple of good at bats today. And Murphy takes low and inside, ball 1. Mets have already used Nick Evans and Fernando Tatis off the bench, and so in a spot where perhaps Jerry Manuel might have been inclined to send up a right-handed bat, he sticks instead with Murphy, with Beltran to follow. Fouled off his leg. 1-1 to Daniel.
And no one up in that bullpen, I don't believe.
How would you know?
I can't see.
You can't see into that visitor's pen.
Oh, there's a right-hander up. Yep, I can see him warming up.
Yeah.
We don't know who it is.
It's somebody in a Rays jersey.
Maybe it's Karnak.
Not Brignac? No, he was an infielder. Mets have 7 hits today. The Rays have 14. Mets down by 3 in the 7th. And Murphy slashes one just foul. 1-2.
Oh, that.
Give it to the kid.
Really.
Come on.
Don't be teasing.
High fives all around. Now Murphy finds himself in a 1-2 hole. Daniel 8 for his last 19. Things looking up for him. He can get a board. He can get Beltran to the plate as the tying run. And the slider outside 2-2.
I got to believe he's going to come back in here with that swing that Murphy had on that breaking ball 2 pitches ago. Hit it down the left field line, and he's protecting the plate where he's going to make him vulnerable in.
Now the 2-2 off the plate outside 3-2. Three and 2 to Murphy with nobody out. Not running, and a little ground ball back to Choate. Turns, fires to second, and gets the force play on Cora. That's the first out of the inning. Murphy now aboard.
Well, nice play by Choate here. Get the lead runner, yes, even though you've got a 3-run lead. Nice call by the catcher. I'm sure that was the call from Navarro.
So 1 out and 1 on. And now Beltran and Joe Madden coming out of the third base dugout. I think he wants someone to bring a tongue depressor out to Choate so he can clear his spikes. Scott Berry, who took over as the home plate umpire back in the 2nd inning when Jerry Crawford was forced to leave because of injury.
There you go. You got a trainer. That's what they're for. Here comes the trainer.
Not sure why Joe Madden had to be the guy to come out and tell the umpire. Well, the Mets are within 3 runs in this game because of the catch that Carlos Beltran made to end the top of the 7th.
Well, this was with the bases loaded, 2 outs, and this would have been murder right there. It would have been a 5-run Tampa lead. And you said it, Garrett, flashing the goal.
Well, we have seen Carlos baby that knee a little bit at times over the last couple of weeks, but he couldn't afford to baby it there. He went full speed and into that slide. Now he comes to bat with 1 out and 1 on in the bottom of the 7th. Carlos is 0 for 2 and a walk today. Hit the ball very hard his last time up, lining out to right field. Beltran 1 hit in 2 career at bats against Randy Choate. He takes that just off the plate, 1-0. You got David Wright, the best hitter in the league against left-handed pitching, waiting on deck. And they do have a right-hander up in the bullpen, so this may be Choate's last batter. Fouled away, 1-1. Most of the crowd has hung in through the rain delay, which lasted 34 minutes. We also had a 14-minute delay earlier when they had to change home plate umpires. So it's being an elongated day. Hit hard up the middle, base hit for Beltran. And so David Wright will come to the plate as the tying run. Well, Joe Madden's got the right-hander ready in the bullpen. It's hard to believe that he would leave the lefty in to face right. And indeed, here comes Madden to make the pitching change. So the Rays will go to their 5th pitcher of the day. in the 7th inning.
I think he's a batter behind. Had a right-hander for Beltran too.
Looks like Grant Balfour getting set to come on. So the Rays go to the bullpen again here in the 7th. Mets have the tying run at the plate in an 8-5 game. We'll be right back to see.
Balfour has been the guy here who's been a little bit on a roll last 4 appearances. He's been spotless, hasn't given up a run. That's over 5 innings work. And then the 30 inherited runners that he has inherited, sorry to repeat myself, only 5 have scored. And that is tied for 5th best percentage in the American League.
Up in the Euchre seats. Hello.
Getting a little protection. Do you think that scoreboard's leaking, Gear?
I don't know. It's a new ballpark. Should be watertight.
You know what? That is not a bad seat up there.
There really are no bad seats in this ballpark.
That is not a bad seat. The last seat in the upper tank. Gary, you got the worst seat in the house.
Here's David Wright, singled and doubled today. He scored 2 runs. Murphy and Beltran aboard. Wright the tying run at the plate in an 8-5 game. David facing Balfour for the first time. And Balfour, who showed off his intensity during the postseason last year, gets ready to go. And he throws that first pitch breaking ball up to right, 1-0. So here are the Rays, who pulled their starter after 4 innings when they were down 2-0. Proved to be a good move because when they pinch hit for Neiman, they fashioned a 4-run inning to take the lead. But now they're deep into their bullpen in the 7th as Wright grounds one to the hole, a base hit. Murphy will be held at third by Razor Shines, and the Mets have the bases loaded and 1 out. Well, Crawford doesn't have a great arm, and Murphy probably could have scored, but Razor taking no chances down by 3 runs.
No, but 1 out. Don't want to run yourself out of an inning here.
So now Gary Sheffield will come to bat with the tying runs on base.
One of those games.
Sheffield 1 for 2 and a walk. He doubled to left center back in the 4th. And the Mets with an offense that doesn't really have a lot of long ball firepower, but now they've got Sheffield at the plate in a spot where he could be a game breaker. Tied for the club lead with 8 home runs. Sheffield 3 for 6 with 2 homers off Balfour in his career. And he takes on the outside corner, slider 0-1.
Good one, too. Good one to take. This is a good pitcher's pitch on a first pitch. Good one to take.
Sheffield bounces one over the mound right near the bag. Waiting for it. Zobrist gets just the 1 out as a run comes home to cut the Rays lead to 8-6. So it's 4 unassisted on the fielder's choice. Sheffield gets an RBI to cut the Tampa Bay lead to 2.
This was a Baltimore chop here. And Zobrist calls off Bartlett and just hit too slowly to get Sheffield, even with the bad wheels.
So the tying runs remain on base. First and third and 2 out, and now Ryan Church, who was 0 for 2 with a walk today. Mets now with 6 runs and 9 hits. And the breaking ball low inside, ball 1. And Church takes a fastball for a strike, 1-1. Church facing Balfour for the first time. Here's the 1-1. Off the plate with the fastball, 2-1. Mets have scored 4 against the Tampa Bay bullpen. That was in disarray earlier this year, but had been doing very well lately. They've got more work to do. Church fouls it back, good rip, 2-2.
Just a little under that one on that fastball. Again, Church dropping that back shoulder, the one out of view. And that's what he always works on in BP. Trying not to drop that back shoulder so much. Makes him a dead low ball hitter.
Too high, and now a full count to Church. That'll get Sheffield in motion now, carrying that tying run at first base. Ryan Schneider, who has a 3-run homer today, is on deck.
They're going to play behind Sheffield at first base with 2 outs appropriately. See if he's guarding the line.
And Church swings and misses, and Balfour gets him with the fastball to end the inning. So the Mets settle for 1 run, and we head to the 8th. Top of the order coming up for the Rays, who
fourth straight day for Sean Green, and he gave up the home run the last time out. The first run he gave up in quite some time, and he has really turned it around after a slow start. And he has been murder on right-hand hitters.
He had gone 15 straight games, 15 2/3 innings before giving up the home run to Ben Zobrist yesterday. Here he'll face B.J. Upton, who's had the biggest bat for the Rays today. Single, double, home run, 4 RBIs for Upton. He had a 2-run homer in the 2-run double in the 5th off Pelfrey, 2-run homer in the 7th off Parnell. Right now, Bobby Parnell, pitcher of record on the short side for New York. Bobby had another disastrous outing today. Did not retire a batter. Gave up 4 runs on 4 hits. That's 2 straight days that Parnell has failed to retire a single batter. Taken for a strike by Upton, 1-1. So each team has now used 5 pitchers as we work in the 8th.
Big spread out stance. Look at that. So common in today's hitters. That was an effortless swing.
And into that second deck in left field. Upton swings and fouls it at the plate. 2-2. Carl Crawford on deck, and then Evan Longoria for the Rays here in the 8th. Tampa with 8 runs and 14 hits. The Mets 6 runs and 9 hits. Phillies have lost. Braves have lost. Marlins are just about to get started. Here's the 2-2. Line to center field, and Upton has his 4th hit of the game. 2 singles to go with a double and a home run for Upton. We're going to check in with the studio. Chris Carlin standing by with a New York State Smokers Quit Line game break. Thanks, Chris. See, we do see highlights from Kansas City.
That's right.
Ball 1 to Crawford. That is a beautiful ballpark, by the way. Royal Stadium, Kauffman Stadium. Last time the Mets played in Kansas City, Carlos Beltran was playing for the Royals.
That's right.
It was back in 04 before he got traded. Hit hard, base hit, going into right field for Crawford, his 3rd hit of the game. Now, the top 3 hitters in the Rays lineup have just torn the Mets up today. Upton, Crawford, and Longoria have 10 hits.
4 runs. Sinker meant to be away, down the middle. Mistake over the middle of the plate. It's interesting to note right there that Upton didn't even think about going 1st to 3rd on this with the strong arm Church out there and right.
And with Longoria on deck and nobody out, we've already seen the Rays make 1 key first out at 3rd base when Crawford tried to steal 3rd in the 5th. So now Longoria, who has a single and 2 doubles today, he's driven in 1, he's scored 1. Upton with 4 hits and 4 RBIs today, each tying his career high. And Longoria takes outside ball 1. So Upton, Crawford, and Longoria combined 10 hits in 14 at bats today, and they've driven in 7 runs. The top 3 guys in the order.
2 doubles and a home run. Oh, where was that pitch?
John Switzer, the lefty. Pedro Feliciano, the other lefty. It's like my brother Darryl and my other brother Darryl.
Even if Feliciano is not used in this game, he's actually up warming up. And what's he got, 5 in a row, Garrett?
Yeah, he's pitched in 5 straight days.
Oh, Longoria got a little anxious there. It was ball 3.
I asked Jerry Manuel about Feliciano this morning, and he said as long as I keep Pedro to 1 batter at a time, he said I can throw him out there as many days in a row as I want. He said if it's an extended outing where he goes an inning and a third, he said that's different.
Okay.
Cora made a run to the bag, and it looked like Green had some room, but he nearly steps off. Got a lot of speed on those bases with Upton at 2nd and Crawford at 1st. 2-1 to Longoria, and it's taken high and tight, 3-1.
Oh, do they let the runners loose here, 3-1?
Dangerous spot for Green as the Rays try to add to their lead.
I think he'll hold them in the hopes of a 3-2 counter. Hopefully Longoria just launching one.
Ground ball toward the hole, base hit. Upton to 3rd. He'll be held up there by Tom Foley, the 3rd base coach. Throwing behind the runner is Sheffield, and Crawford just gets back into 2nd. But now the bases are loaded with nobody out. And those top 3 hitters in the order are now 11 for 15.
Pretty impressive day by Longoria. He has impressed me immensely. A little bit surprised Tom Foley held up Upton here with the lead.
Well, especially with the last throw that Sheffield made.
I would have challenged the arm, and if it's a bad throw home, you got second and third. Sheffield wasn't even looked like he was just going to give up the run.
So now Carlos Pena bats with the bases loaded and nobody out. Pena 0 for 3. Flied out, struck out, reached on an error, was hit by a pitch. Daniel Murphy walking into the mound to give the bullpen more time. He got the left-hand hitter at the plate and the switch hitting Zobrist on deck, so it could be Jerry's going to make a pitching change here, and here he comes. To see which lefty he goes to, he's got both Feliciano and Switzer out there. Again, if you're going to bring in Feliciano for one batter, this would be the batter, the American League's leading home run hitter. So Feliciano will come in for the 6th consecutive day. Green unable to retire a batter. 3 straight hits against him as the Rays look to expand their lead here in the 8th. They lead at 8-6. And outside of Francisco Rodriguez and Pedro Feliciano, everybody has pretty much hit a slump. And Sean Green, who had been in a great groove, gave up the home run yesterday. 3 straight hits today. So it's been difficult for Jerry to find anybody other than Pedro Feliciano to go to get a big out.
Yeah, but how much can you go to the well on a consistent basis, day in, day out? You know, and a lot has to be the starters not going deep into games. It just puts more pressure on the bullpen.
40th appearance today for Feliciano. The Mets are playing their 67th game. That means he's on a pace for 97 appearances. Upton, Crawford, and Longoria all aboard. Pena the batter. The infield playing halfway with a bit of a twist, with Valdez playing between Crawford and the bag at second base.
Well, the Mets have 6 more outs. They're going to get up 2 more innings, and if you bring the infield in, you just really risk a big inning where if get a double play here, it's the 3-run lead. You get 2 more times up. You getting rained on here?
A little water coming in. Speaking of dribbler foul, 1-1. I guess it's rained a lot here lately.
No, it could have been the league over my head, but it had to be.
Well, the character
it sought you out.
You know the character in Little Abner,
yes,
with the rain cloud over his head, Joe Biffspick.
That's why we call you Clouds.
That would make you Little Abner. Oh my. 1-1 now to Pena.
This is a big at bat here.
The Rays already have 17 hits. Low and inside, 2-1. Most hits the Mets have given up this year in a game is 18. But they're still in this game. And Feliciano trying to keep them there in a bases loaded, nobody out situation with the American League's leading home run hitter at the plate. We've had umpire delays. We've had rain delays. Almost 4 hours after we started. And Pena swings and misses at the fastball. 2-2.
Good cut, good pitch. Fastball away. Big power swing.
Feliciano yesterday faced one batter, got Crawford to hit into a double play. Also faced Crawford on Friday and got him on a comebacker. Now facing Pena, the bigger bat. Up and away with a fastball. That's about as hard as Feliciano can throw, getting it to 90 miles an hour. 3-2 now to Pena, who has struck out once today, 90 times for the year. He's got nowhere to put him. 3-2 to Pena. Fouled away.
He had a cut on a slider to hit. He left it out over the plate. Oh boy.
More clouds on the horizon. We've already had one rain delay today. Again, the 3-2 to Carlos Pena. And again, he fouls it off.
Staying away from Pena here. Fastballs and sliders.
Well, that's what Santana tried to do against Pena yesterday, and Pena hit to the seats in center field. Carlos Pena, who 2 years ago hit 46 home runs after the Rays got him off the scrap heap from the Red Sox. John Switzer continues to throw in the bullpen. I have a feeling Jerry only wants Feliciano to face one batter. You got the switch hitting Zobrist on deck, and then the right hand hitting Kaplan. Eighth pitch of the at bat upcoming. Oh, he walked him to force in a run. Very close pitch. Feliciano thought he might get the call, but Scott Barry says no, and that forces in Upton to make it 9-6 Tampa Bay.
Well, was the pitch up or was it outside or both? Outside. Good call. Good at bat by Carlos Pena against an extremely tough left-handed pitcher.
So a run is in. 9-6 Rays. Base is still loaded. Still nobody out. And Feliciano stays on to face Zobrist, who's 0 for 4 today. 1 for 11 in the series. And Zobrist takes a strike with a cutter. 0-1. Crawford now at third, Longoria at second, and Pena at first with nobody out. The Rays got 4 in the 5th, 4 in the 7th, and now 1 here in the 8th. And Zobrist takes outside, 1-1. Zobrist, a far better right-hand hitter than left this year. Came into the day hitting .362 right-handed, .273 left-handed. His home run yesterday against Sean Green came as a left-hand batter. His 15th of the year. Hit foul off the right side, 1-2. Final in Kansas City. The Cardinals have beaten the Royals 12-5. So the Cardinals come in here tomorrow as a first place ball club. They're now 39-31.
Tony La Russa always gets his troops to play.
It bends around, 2-2. The Cubs won their 4th straight today. They beat the Indians 6-2 behind Randy Wells, who gets his first win. Feliciano working hard on Zobrist. It's 2-2. He struck him out. Up that fastball away, and that's the first out of the inning.
Zobrist again chasing a bad pitch on the outside corner from a left-hander. He didn't last at bat in the 7th off of Takahashi.
So base is still loaded with 1 out, and now Gabe Kapler, who delivered a pinch hit double in the 7th inning, then stayed in the game in right field. All the buttons that Joe Madden has pressed today in terms of pinch hitters have paid off. He took his pitcher, his starter, Jeff Neiman, out after 4 innings. Sent Willie Ibar to bat for him in the 5th. Ibar got a base hit, and the Rays put together a 4-run inning. He sent up Burrell to pinch hit in the 7th, and Burrell got a base hit off Parnell. And then Kapler came through later in that inning. Off the glove of Schneider, but not far enough for Crawford to make a break. 2-0.
This is a good pitch to hit right here, obviously. 2-0 for Kapler. Got to believe you sit on the outside half of that plate. Just zero in on that right center field. Base hit here kind of blows this game wide open. The Mets are just trying to hang in there. They're in a world of trouble right now.
Kapler drives one to right field, right at Church. Tagging is the speedy Crawford. Church makes the catch, comes home with the throw. It's cut off. Sacrifice fly for Kapler makes it 10-6 Tampa Bay. Well, even with a perfect throw, it's awfully hard to get Crawford with his speed.
Agreed. And Church does everything right on his momentum going forward. Didn't get a strong throw here. Too quick, Crawford. You can forget it.
So 2 runs home here in the 8th to make it 10-6 Rays. And now Jason Bartlett.
Top 3 men in the order now, Gary. Scored 6 of the 10 runs for Tampa.
Upton with 4 hits. Crawford with 3 hits. Longoria with 4 hits. Jason Bartlett steps in. He's 2 for 3. He drew an intentional walk his last time up. And he takes a strike with the cutter. Well, the Rays sent 10 men to bat in the 7th inning. And now Bartlett, the 7th man up in this inning. Longoria and Pena, the base runners. 1-1 to Bartlett. Yonder Navarro, the catcher, waiting on deck. Feliciano, the Mets' 6th pitcher of the afternoon. 2 runs in this inning, charged to Sean Green, and he's responsible for 1 more. Bounce foul. 1-2. Well, those amazing Colorado Rockies are at it again. They lead Pittsburgh 5-4 in the 6th. The Rockies have won 14 of their last 15. 15 of the last 16.
Under their new manager, correct?
I think Jim Tracy's now 16-5 since taking over from Clint Hurdle. Rockies, who were languishing, are now 2 games over 500 and just a game and a half behind San Francisco for 2nd place out west. Here's the 1-2 off the plate. 2-2. Well, it was just 2 years ago that the Rockies had that stretch run where they won, counting the postseason, 21 out of 22 and made it all the way to the World Series.
Yeah. Ran out for him in the World Series. They got swept by the Red Sox that year.
They were playing a little bit over their heads.
Yeah, I think so.
Bartlett dribbles one at the plate, a foul ball. But it's amazing that they could do that 2 years ago and then have a similar stretch now under their new manager, who has made some moves that were a little controversial. Garrett Atkins is making a lot of money. He's sitting on the bench now, with Ian Stewart playing every day at 3rd and Clint Barmas at 2nd. Two to Bartlett. Inside and low, 3-2. Well, this is one of those longer outings now for Feliciano. No longer a 1-batter affair. Trying to get through it here against Bartlett, but Pedro's already thrown 22 pitches in this inning. So you have to figure that Jerry's going to have to give him at least tomorrow off after 6 straight days going to the mound.
Yes, I would be strongly recommended.
Runners will go with 3-2 and 2 down. And Bartlett swings and misses at the cutter. There's the second strikeout for Feliciano, and the inning comes to an end. But the Rays scored 2, and they lead it 10-6. Rays leading at 10-6. The Mets in danger of losing their 4th consecutive series. Johan Santana and Livan Hernandez talking it over. Livan will pitch Tuesday night against the Cardinals. Santana goes up against Chris Carpenter in a marquee matchup on Thursday afternoon. Boy, Carpenter's been unbelievable since coming back from the disabled list. 5-1, 1.53.
Well, it's all a matter of him being healthy. And obviously, Chris Carpenter is healthy.
And it really had not been since the early days of 2007. And now 2.5 years later, he's doing great.
You're not working Thursday, are you?
No, I'm not.
Neither am I.
Here's Brian Schneider who takes a strike, but I'll be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. How about you?
Oh, I've got it all the way through to the July 3rd. First game in Philly.
Happy to have you. I think Ronnie will be here tomorrow, huh?
I got Ronnie the first 3 games, and Ronnie's going to work Thursday with
Kevin. Yeah.
Kevin's going to do the play-by-play.
Schneider hit a 3-run homer his last time up, his second of this series, and he takes up an in 2-0. So Schneider has gotten 6 of his 13 runs batted in this year with 2 swings of the bat against Tampa Bay. Balfour, working with a 4-run lead, falls behind Schneider 3-1.
Got those strikes.
Wilson Valdez on deck, and then the pitcher's spot. That's up Jeremy Reed and Luis Castillo to use as left-handed pinch hitters. And Schneider taking all the way 3-2. The official scorer will have to determine a winning pitcher for Tampa Bay, since the starter, Neiman, left with the lead but failed to go 5. Hit to center field, and B.J. Upton measuring it as he comes in. 1 away. And it's an interesting dilemma for the official scorer, because every pitcher who's gone to the mound for Tampa Bay has given up runs, except for Balfour, who merely allowed an inherited runner to score.
Well, it can't be Choate.
Choate allowed a run in a third of an inning. Nelson allowed a run in 2/3, and Cormier allowed 2 runs in an inning and a third.
Nelson gave up the 3-run home run, of course, that coughed up the lead.
Although actually, let me correct myself. They took the lead after the 3-run homer. They took the lead with 4 in the 7th. So actually, Nelson is pitcher of record on the long side. Right. So it's not a choice for the official score. It would have been earlier, before the Mets took that brief lead. Jeremy Reed out on deck to pinch hit. John Switzer getting ready to pitch the ninth. 2-1 to Valdez. Valdez 0 for 2. He's walked, grounded out, and flied out. Three and one.
Jeez.
There's a strike. 3 and 2. Valdez swings and misses at the fastball, and Balfour has his second strikeout. 2 out and nobody on in the bottom of the 8th. And now Jeremy Reed will pinch it, batting for Feliciano. Reed got a start yesterday in left field and went 0 for 3. Hitting at .299 on the year. To Reed. In San Francisco, Barry Zito has held the Texas Rangers without a hit over the first 5 innings. Giants lead Texas 2-0. Swing and a miss. 1 and 2. On 1 and 2, Reed watches up and away. 2 and 2.
So this point in the game right now where it's obviously quiet, some of the fans have left, it always reminds you of those minor league crowds where you can hear every fan, and if someone's loud enough, he's the one that's got all the smart remarks.
You know, I've always thought as that ball caroms off Navarro's mask, I've always thought in some ways it's harder to play in the minors in terms of the crowd than it is in the majors. You know, 50,000 people just sound like one roar. 100 or 200 people, as you say, you can hear every comment, and it's a lot harder to ignore, I would think.
Yes, but you know what? You're in the minor leagues. You're trying to get to the big leagues. Everything's a new experience.
That's an important score.
I had a great time in the minor leagues, and you know, you don't have any press to speak of. The bus rides, they're sure they're long, but some fond memories. Lots of fond memories in the minor leagues.
Bus rides are great bonding experiences.
And you always run across characters and they're absolute lunatics.
You're talking about your teammates?
Teammates and guys you play against. And I think it was more so back in my day. We had a lot of loose cannons running around.
Ball 3 to Reed. So a 3 and 2 count to all 3 hitters in this inning for Balfour. Reed getting his money's worth. This will be the 9th pitch. And he struck him out. A foul tip held by Navarro. 3rd strikeout for Balfour. The Mets are down 1-2-3. Off to the 9th. 10-6 Rays. With IOTV, by Geico, by AT&T, by Toyota, and by Citi. Citi never sleeps. John Switzer will be the 7th Mets pitcher of the afternoon.
Well, Switzer started out with the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. Came up in 2003, parts of 05, and 06 and 07. You see, outside of that, the home run he gave up to Matsui. I mean, that was a welcome back to the big leagues. I kind of felt for him there. It's a cruel world.
So the 3rd outing for Switzer. Belfry went 5 innings, allowed 4 runs and 8 hits. Brian Stokes worked a scoreless 6th. Bobby Parnell never retired a batter, gave up 4 runs, 4 hits. Takahashi went an inning, no runs, 1 hit. Sean Green didn't retire anybody, 2 runs, 3 hits. And then Feliciano came on to finish the 8th, no runs and no hits.
Well, the bullpen's given up 6 runs in 3 innings in this game.
Diona Navarro will lead off in the top of the 9th, and Andy Sonnenstein, who started the game on Friday night on the mound, has come out on deck to pinch hit. Now, whether he pinch hits if Navarro makes it out, we'll find out, but Sonnenstein has already been used as a pinch hitter this year. And if you'll recall, he had a hit in Friday night's game. Navarro is 1 for 4, switch hitter batting right, and he fouls it off, 0-2. Mets will have the top of the batting order coming up in the bottom of the 9th, and the way this game has gone, who knows what might happen. Mets were up 2-0, down 4-2, up 5-4 after Schneider's homer in the 6th, but the last 2 innings have belonged to the Rays. They got 4 in the 7th and 2 in the 8th.
Well, basically, this just about the second half of this game was all Tampa. 5th inning on, 10 runs.
Gary Manuel, who has so many other things to worry about, now has to concern himself with his bullpen. Pulled foul outside 3rd.
Oh, there's someone that hung around and got a ball.
Persistence pays off. Popped up, shallow right center. Church coming on. And that's the first out of the inning. So Switzer gets Navarro on the pop-up. And Sonnenstein will come to bat. Now, Joe Madden has 2 players in his dugout. He's got his backup catcher, Michel Hernandez. And he's got infielder Joe Dillon, both right-hand hitters. But Sonnenstein will come up to bat instead.
Why he wouldn't give someone off the bench an at bat, but
well, we haven't seen Dillon in this series, so it makes you wonder whether maybe there's something ailing him and maybe he doesn't want to use his backup catcher. In any event, it's Sonnenstein, who went 1 for 2 on Friday night and has 3 hits and 10 at bats this year, and is a lifetime .350 hitter, 7 for 20.
And he gets the pinch hit against a left-hander.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah. Maybe he's been bragging so much that Joe wants to send him up there in a tougher spot. You know how pitchers are with their hitting. Switzer's 1-2 on the outside corner, and he gets Sonnenstein looking for the second out. It's 9 strikeouts for Met pitchers today, wrapped among the 17 hits they've allowed. Remarkably, there have only been 2 walks issued by Met pitching and 1 intentional. So now B.J. Upton, who has a career high tying 4 hits today and a chance for a 5th. 2 singles, a double, and a home run. He's driven in 4, which also matches his career high.
And that raised his average to 241.
It's been a long climb for Upton, who got off to a terrible start this year. Well, the top of the batting order for the Rays has been out of this world today. Upton, Crawford, and Longoria with those numbers. 11 for 15, 7 RBIs. 1-1 to Upton.
You want to add the cleanup hitter there. He would add an RBI to that total. So it would be 8 of the 10 runs.
And the other 2 off the bench. Gabe Kapler has driven in 2 runs after coming on as a pinch hitter in the 7th. As Switzer's 2-1, and Upton lifts it down the right field side. Murphy racing back and Church over, but that's in the stands. 2-2. Tomorrow night we'll join you at 6:30 for the coverage as the Mets and the Cardinals begin a 4-game series. Tim Redding against Todd Wellemeyer tomorrow night. Levon Hernandez and Joel Pinheiro Tuesday night. Fernando Nieve makes his 3rd start against Brad Thompson Wednesday night, and then the marquee matchup Thursday afternoon. Johan Santana against Chris Carpenter. And then the Yankees are in for the weekend. 2-2. Breaking ball struck him out. So Switzer, with a clean inning, strikes out Upton, his 2nd strikeout. We go to the bottom of the 9th. The Mets are on the top of the batting order. Will leave, and then Chris Carlin and Bobby Ojeda will continue to talk, because Lincoln Mercury Post-Game Live appears after every single Mets game this season. They'll have the highlights, they'll have the lowlights, they'll have the interviews, they'll have the commentary. They'll let you know everything you need to know about this rather long day at the ballpark on Father's Day, which J.P. Howell will try and put a close to. Howell pitching for the 3rd straight day in this series.
Howell not overpowering, but he said he's got a lot of guts. Don't have to throw hard to get people out. Alex Cora, you see his day.
Howell earned the save yesterday, and the Rays 3-1 win. His 4th save of the year. This is a non-save situation with a 4-run lead for the Rays. Cora, Murphy, and Beltran trying to get it done for the Mets in the bottom of the 9th. Mets trying to avoid going to 2-8 in rubber games this year. Cora had an infield hit his last time up. A single to deep short when Bartlett lost his footing. So Howell ready to go for the last of the 9th. And Cora takes inside ball 1.
Well, Howell in the first game came in and gave up the base hit, the RBI single to Brian Church. But yesterday, of course, he got the save in that 3-1 Met loss, striking out David Wright with Carlos Beltran on second base, or on first.
J.P. Howell, 25 years old. Tied to Cora, 2-1. Well, Barry Zito has gotten through the 6th inning without allowing a hit against Texas. They go to the bottom of the 6th in San Francisco with the Giants up 2-0. So that bears watching. Cora off the fists out to short, and Bartlett takes his time and throws him out, 1 away. Well, that's 6 straight Mets who've been retired. Grant Balfour did a nice job settling things down. Balfour came on in the 7th, gave him a hit to the first man to face him, then retired 5 in a row as the Rays were expanding their lead. Now Murphy is 1 for 4, double down the right field line back in the 5th. There have been 13 pitchers in this game. Howell, the 6th pitcher for the Rays. The Mets have used 7. Murphy takes a change up for a strike. 0-2. The Phillies have lost. They lost their 6th in a row today to Baltimore, so the Mets will be no worse than 2 behind at the end of the day. And the Phils have got to be kicking themselves. Unable to win at home. Mets losing series after series.
They could have really put some distance, some separation. It's pretty much how it went last year in interleague play, Gary.
But this home thing is just ridiculous with the Phillies. They're now 13-22 at home. That's remarkable.
Mets are going to be only 1 game over 500 if they lose this one.
Mm-hmm. And the Marlins, if they can win today, would be only a game behind the Mets and 3 behind the Phillies. Marlins playing the Yankees right now, leading 1-0 in the 2nd. Here's the 2-2 to Murphy. Got in on his hands. Somehow he fouled it off. J.P. Howell from Jerry Manuel's hometown of Sacramento, California. 2-2, and Murphy bounces one. In comes Zobrist to play it, and the quick toss just in time to get Murphy for the 2nd out. So 2 out and nobody on, and the Mets are down to their final out of the day with Carlos Beltran coming to the plate. Carlos 1 for 3 and a walk today, and also made a brilliant catch in center field back in the 7th inning. So Beltran trying to keep the Mets alive. And Howell nicks the outside corner, 0-1. Line base hit, and Beltran has his 2nd hit of the day. Hit number 10 for New York. And now David Wright will come to bat with a runner aboard. This is where the game ended yesterday with Howell striking out Wright. At that point, Wright with the tying run at the plate. Not so here. David, a 3 for 4 day today after going 1 for 17 over the last few days. He's got his batting average back up to .351, leading the National League.
Well, he swung the bat good today, Gary, going the other way, hitting line drives.
See how he adjusts against Howell after fishing for pitches in the dirt yesterday. And he takes a strike at the knees with a fastball. Gary Sheffield hoping for a turn on deck. David lifts one to right center. This should do it. Kapler is there, and the ball game is over. The Rays take the rubber game of the 3-game series, getting 6 runs against the Mets bullpen. And the Mets lose their 4th consecutive series as Tampa Bay takes the finale 10-6.
Well, a disappointing start here in this